Video is sponsored by our first ever sponsor, Don't Hide the Plug. Don't Hide the Plug is an apparel company co-founded by two brothers from Flatbush, Tafari and Rossi Harper. Now these two black brothers have created an amazing, inspiring, high-quality brand. Now you see on Infominds, a lot of our content is New York based. We love New York, so it's only fitting that we partner up with a New York based brand. Don't Hide the Plug. Now they got some fire fitted hats, hoodies, t-shirts, and I'm feeling the old New York design with the bridge logo. They got the clout joints, the dad hats, and you can also have them delivered to you in the resealable merch by the pound bags too. Now mind you, they might be New York based, but their apparel is for everyone, whether you're from New York, Miami, Texas, Chicago. It's a grassroots movement. Get in tune. And they offer free shipping on all domestic orders of $75 or more. But if you enter the exclusive InfoMinds promo code, you'll get an additional 10% off at checkout. You already know I ordered my package. My package is on its way. So I'll be wearing and showcasing the Don't Hide the Plug apparel in my next live. Go out and support these brothers. Check out their website. I put the link in the description box. Don't hide the plug.
Peace community, peace community. You already know the vibe. The link is in the chat. You see the topic. You see what's going on out here. Did I put the right thumbnail on this thing? Hope I did. You see a black woman on here? Is she crying? Yeah. You already know the vibe, man. Salute to everybody. Neekwa B, Spoken Word Channel. Shout out to you. I can't wait till that little special thing because I'm about to be opening these. YouTube gonna be copywriting me like, yo, that's Neekwa shit. But yeah, man, I love that song. I love No Worries, man. It's so beautiful, man. I just love the vibe of that. Makes me feel good. And anytime I get some anxiety, I'm gonna listen to that song. Honestly, I am. You already know, if you're new to the channel, welcome. If you're part of the community, welcome back. I was a part of a chat today, a live today, investing out the blue. Shout out to my bro. He was a part of the live as well. He was there earlier. He's usually around, argument league, different things, giving up his mind and, most definitely trying to bring people to some higher consciousness. So I salute him for that. And we heard some women that was on there and they was going in and they, had their own topics, and it was just stemming off or piggybacking off of. Hit the link in the chat. The link is in there. Y'all join me live. Let's make this a group discussion. But it was piggybacking off of, I think, something with Cynthia G. The part that I went into was when she was going into when it was asking, like, what are you going to do to help the black man that you're talking about? She's like, what? I'm not helping no failure, fuck them, da da da. So I'm like, damn, that's crazy. Like, because she's black one, but you know what I mean? Even her followers, the people that subscribe to her, have black kids. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, damn, you like, that's today kids? Like, fuck you, fuck them. And like, damn, I think that was pretty harsh. This is all I'm saying. You know what I mean? So I didn't really go all the way in and all type of shit about her. But there's one thing that raised like a red flag that I had to bring up. You know what I'm saying? Hold up. Shout out to Prom. Shout out to Neekwa B. Got a King Jaffe Joe. And I got to put the roses on the floor. To be loved. Oh, what a feeling to be loved. You already know that. Shut up. You already know what the people said from the roof. Yeah, man. What's up, Neekwa? What's up, Prom? How y'all feeling? Make sure I can hear y'all.
I feel good. Good night, good evening.
Bang, bang, bang. Valerie Ames, please pull up, Queen. Step up, Queen. I want the high vibration. Let's talk about this, man. Let's talk about. I need women on this panel because we're talking about black women, and we're talking about how safe they feel around black men. I was just talking and listening to women. I was talking about a bunch of situations. One sister went into speaking about, she's like, I be feeling kind of scared sometimes. I'm 5'3". I'm like a small woman too, but I got kids. But she has a daughter, and her daughter is 13, I think, around the same age as my oldest son. And she was like, when the daughter wanted to go out to go work out or something like that, she probably put on tights or whatever. I don't know. I don't know if she went as descriptive because I didn't hear that part. But you know, when she did go out, the young girl got a shock of her life because she never seen like how men were acting like that towards it. It was the first time that she had her encounter with that type of stuff. And the girl was really, really scared. And she's like, so much so that, you know, within the neighborhood, guys looking at her daughter, hawking, gawking. So the daughter is really scared about those things. So the daughter doesn't go through the front door so much. So some people in the neighborhood don't even know that the woman has a daughter because the daughter always goes like through the back door and she always goes another way. So she never really coming through the front door all the time. So people don't really see her as one of the kids of the woman. You know what I'm saying? So based on situations like that, other situations that women were talking about on the panel, you know, I just like to get to see how y'all thinking about it. Miss Embassy, you know, y'all can step up if y'all not busy. Like I said, Val, step up, mother with the wisdom, very, very high conscious queen. I'm a King Jaffe Joe, y'all, from the bleachers. Throw some roses in the stands for y'all. Nikwa B, how you feel about this topic?
I
And
really don't like when people just generalize one race and make it about just one race because every race has creeps. For
Mhm.
example,
Yeah.
I work in a predominantly Caucasian job, and all
Okay.
the old Caucasian men try to hit on me. They try to tell me, oh, I have a black card. I can take care of you. Like, they harass you every day.
Mhm.
Men are going to be like, it sounds so cliche, but when they see a woman that they find attractive, they're going to try to shoot their shot. And it's not even just about black or white or anything like that. It's just more so just it's in their nature to do that. Not saying that is right, but I just really don't like when they generalize one race. Oh, it's always these. I had that happen to me with every race. Every. So besides like, like I don't know.
I, I feel you. I think it's things are global. I think that things are beyond just like I was trying to say to the queens is like some queens, I don't know, because it's just what you see. Sometimes it's just your paradigm, sometimes it's just where you are, your environment. It's different things. But you know, maybe you go around a lot of different places still, and it's still the same thing. Even if you leave your community, you downtown in your city, you other places, you going somewhere else on a little trip, and you still seeing the same thing. So, you know, it may be something that's just not a local thing, but Sugar Love joins us, right? Okay. And you still
Hello,
seeing the
Queen.
same thing. Can we
Hey,
hear you?
King. I just
Hey.
had to cut. I just had to cut the other microphone off first.
Okay. Shout out to Tony. Tony. What's up, man? How you feeling? How you feel about this feeling? This things that's going around the internet is why I just did this quick topic. It's something that triggered me too. That black women not feeling safe around black men.
Oh
And
boy,
you being a black man, I mean a
oh
black
boy,
woman and me being a black man, how do you think about something like that?
oh, we just had this out. But first of all, let me say hello to everybody on the panel. Nice to meet you.
How you doing?
Salute.
Hello, how are
Make sure
you?
y'all
How are
subscribing
you?
to Tony T. Tony T. Shout out, shout out.
Or Sugar Love, Sugar
Yes,
Love.
sugar love, sugar love, sugar
But
love.
yeah,
Yeah.
this daggone hater done got my page demonetized.
Oh my God, you serious?
But I'm still good because I always have my original channel.
I know you do. That's crazy, man. I'm sorry to hear that, Queen.
And the part is, they look at every one of your videos. So where did you pick up harassment at? When you
How?
look, that's what I'm trying to figure out. You tell me it's harassment, but when you put it in the yellow, that means you have to, a physical person has to look at the video to say if it's good or not.
Mm-hmm.
So if it passed that inspection, how, either way. Well, basically, my main argument was, and men couldn't answer this question. Maybe you men can answer this. We have always had you guys back, right?
Yes, yes.
From day one. So
Mm-hmm.
everything that you guys fought for, we had your backs, right?
Yes.
So people like to make it like a pissing contest between men and women, but we all the same. We all had the same struggles, the same hitting from that whip, that horse whip,
Yeah.
and then on top of that, we had the babies and still had to work, and the men got separated and everything. So now we move up to whereas the black man wants to vote. So
Mm-hmm.
they were like, every time we did something for all people. I'm like, no, we stuck by y'all. We
Mm-hmm.
wasn't able to vote. It was you guys, right? So I said, I asked every guy, when was it one time in American history that y'all ever did something for us? When did y'all ever march for one of any of our causes? Because remember, during the voting time and other things time for y'all to feel like a man, our houses got burned, our children got killed, our churches got burned. So a lot of things us women went through when we had y'all back. So everybody keep giving me a bunch of information. Listen, at our age, majority of the information you're going to give me, believe me, I know. That was just one simple question. And I was like, I don't need a book. I gave you one quick example. Can you give me one quick example?
All I know is black women always had my back throughout my life. You know what I'm saying? All the women I met, even throughout when I was young and cheating and doing a bunch of stuff, like, you know what I mean? The thing that the hood promoted and stuff like that. Like, I always, even the young women when I was a young age, you know what I'm saying? They still was holding me down, being real to me, accepting me for being wrong people, wrong things at times. You know what I'm saying? They always were supportive. I mean, even my son's mom, until up to the times when she had issues and things like that. But then things went a little crazy with her hurting a baby, and I tried to help her. I didn't just throw her to the wolves and stuff. I tried to get her like mental help and different things, and she didn't want those things. And those things started to go to the point when she hurt the baby, and it started to go hard, and I had to make my decisions to help my baby. Which, you know what I mean? But
yeah, but we're talking like in general, as in full fledged. Like we went to full fledged war with you guys. We went to full fledged, and then y'all had the audacity to tell us that we flipped over to the feminism. Okay, so why?
A lot of people are saying that. A lot of people are saying,
okay,
but Debo
so
was saying that today.
Okay, but the question is, why did we have to? If they did, why didn't you have our backs so we can vote too? Why did we have to need them if our men had our back? It's a lot of things women have been through, like even when it comes down to order violations of these babies that's getting violated, people still goo goo gaga over this non-conscious community. Like nobody sees these little girls as victims, and like nobody seems to care because again, men always rally around men, and then women rally around men. But who rallies around us? Like what has been done, like for Sandra and that other cop, the other lady who got killed by a cop, and a lot of things happened to, even they had that pregnant lady. I don't know if any of you ladies remember when them cops dragged her up and down that daggone block. Where was y'all? Where do y'all be?
I'm gonna have to agree with you because I was saying the same thing. I said I wish men would stop saying that. Oh, us women are too masculine. We're this, we're that. I'm like, well, I mean, I don't think we have too much of a choice because women adapt to their environment, and we look around and we plan accordingly. So if we see that if this is what all we've been seeing, all we've been getting, then of course we're gonna have to step up and be that masculine person too because we have to protect ourselves and our children. And it's so hard because nobody allows us to be feminine. All these other races are allowed to be feminine, sexy, this and this and that, and hold good etiquette and stuff like that. But we have to be hood. We have to be strong and black and this and that. Sometimes we can't be strong. We need other people to be strong for us, but we don't have that option. Every single time something happens to us, nobody's fighting with us or behind us. But then when something happens to any of our black kings, we're standing behind up until this day. We don't care what you've done in your past. We're fighting for y'all.
It's in our DNA, but not in theirs. You raise a very valid point. You know,
I believe we as women care about the community as a whole more. Like, you know what I'm saying? We care about man, woman, and children. I believe everybody. So we are more holistically in favor of everybody winning instead of just our particular gender winning or whatever and leave everybody else out. And I think a whole lot of women aren't feeling the support from the other side. I know I have, black men that support me and everything. And I was speaking not too long ago with a community and with Uda, and it's a whole lot of things, honestly, with the gang culture and things that, women don't feel safe because we have let the streets get out of control. and it's taken over the culture. Like, you know what I'm saying? We weren't always just a whole bunch of street thugs and things of that nature, but it seems like they have taken over the culture and they've made it unsafe for everybody.
Well,
you know, you can't really live in the community around ourselves anymore, because these people who, you know, want to cause harm to ourselves and things of that nature don't care about Black people who are Black. Like, you know, we let them kind of pretty much rule the day, and we don't say anything.
Well, I'll say it like this. I don't think that. I think that everything we came here with, we had already. Because remember, there was a lot of tribes and stuff fighting out there in these different places of Africa. Women were always left to take care of kids, cook the food. Remember, no man is there. So she had to learn how to cut that wood or do whatever she had to do to maintain that household. So women
in Africa?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
In Africa, when the tribes went to war, who kept the wife and kids? How did they eat?
Mm-hmm. They had to do it.
Well, you had warfare. But you had more peacetime than you had warfare.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying what I think. I'm saying is we already came here strong. That's why they couldn't break us. You know, that's why we was able to stand firm. Like that's.
Can you hear me?
Oh, hold on, Valerie. Can we hear you say something, Val? Because you was coming in and out. I can't say something, Val, real quick. Hold on, not to cut your wisdom, Sugar Love. Hold on 1 second. Val, say something, Val.
Okay, I just want to say I love the fact that we are coming together as a village, and what we need to really focus on is step back. We got to step way back to the beginning of time when family was family. It was a unit and it was united spiritually, physically, metaphysically, and everything was connected. We were not separate from the stars. We were not separate from the sun. We were not separate from the water. We were not separate from the land. We were not separated from each other. And that is where we have to get back to. That is the spirituality, no matter what name you give it, what God you put in there, whatever. And that is where we need to get back to, because that is where the unconditional love comes from. That is the natural womb of creation. And if we want to create a community, then we got to go back to that womb system.
The we.
Yes.
The we. Not the I'm the female, it's the we. You know.
Yes. And that takes understanding and knowing the divine feminine within you, and knowing and understanding and recognizing the divine masculine within you. And when you can understand both of those energies within yourself, you recognize that when it comes to you, through whatever means, through another being, through another plant, through whatever, you recognize it and you're able to communicate with it, and you're able to mold it and do things with it as medicine, because everything is spirit.
Yeah. But I totally understand. I understand your sentiments, sister, but a lot of people don't even know what the divine masculine or feminine is. And it seems like we just throw out a whole lot of slogans and phrases and catchphrases and everything, and nobody knows what any of that means.
Then we need to show them what a mirror is.
But you know what I think is first?
Hold on. We need to teach them to look in the mirror and look at the different sides of their face, and let them understand that one side of your face is different from the other side of your face. And that's because one side is masculine and one side is feminine. And when you learn to look into a mirror, you need to understand the reflection and what reflection is. And so we need
to agree.
So tell me what's reflecting. What is reflection?
Elaborate on reflection. Yeah.
Reflection is something that shows you. When you reflect upon God, you are reflecting upon yourself. When you are meditating, you are reflecting. When you are reflecting what's going to happen and what has already happened, you are looking back at something. and something is looking back at you. You become the observer, and you take the position of the observer. And the position of the observer is always God or the highest consciousness.
That we are the race on this earth that, for all the atrocities that have happened to us, we are the only that have never received any type of mental health. We have never received any clinical work, because we got a lot of stuff that's built up in our DNA, including all the other things that we have had done to us, because it all stems from there. But everybody else, I mean, if other races have a problem, what was that race? The last one, they gave them $3 million. Here's $3 million. $3 million. That's the Asian race. And I'm like, well, damn. I ain't never seen them get locked up in car. Never. I never seen them get beat up. What do you mean the abuse against the Asians? I mean, are you serious?
Yeah, I didn't see that.
When you understand evolution and revolution, you understand that it's a circle. You understand that it's a cycle and a season. You understand that it's a wheel of fortune. And when that wheel, even if it's a medicine wheel, turns, you're going to have one side up top and one side on the bottom. So that's always spinning. Now, whether you've been here in the land of Atlantis or the land of Mu or whatever, we are all star seeds. We are all the essence of the universe. And we have forgotten that. And we have learned to relate to each other based upon borders and boundaries and ethnicity.
Yeah, but what did we really learn? Because we was never set up to, I mean, maybe
that's why we have retrograde.
Yeah, but I get that.
Get sugar. What you said?
I said I get what she's saying, but let's say you don't believe in retrograde, right? We still, I forgot I was getting ready to say. What's that young lady's name at the top? Huh?
Yeah. No, I'm trying to hear what you say.
Can I say something right
now? Hold on, wait. I don't want Sugar to forget her quick little bill.
I know. I forgot already, so she could. Once she talk,
forgot it.
Once she talk, she might bring it back. What's your name, man?
My name is Nequa B.
I want to make sure we all.
The one who was okay, yeah, that's Nequa B. Yeah. This is Valerie Ames. Valerie Ames is who was just talking. Mother with the wisdom. Octavius Prime is up top. Miss Embassy is on the right side of the screen right there. Miss Embassy on the bottom. Top Nequa B. Bottom middle Valerie. Sugar Love on the side. Octavius Prime is on the top. Salute to everybody. King Jaffe Joe. Got to put the roses on the floor.
Yeah, I want to answer the question about the voting, right?
Yeah, Prime. Anyway you want to go.
I mean, the thing is, you got to understand, we have been oppressed ever since this nation has started. Mm-hmm. And when voting came into existence for the so-called black man, mm-hmm. you know, the white woman herself was not able to vote.
Correct.
Was not able to own land.
Correct.
And when you had like the first wave feminists, what you would call the Susan B. Anthony types came along in the early 1900s under Woodrow Wilson. That's when the Women's Voting Rights Act was signed under President Woodrow Wilson for women. So we can't just negate those things when we talk about these things, because we got to understand oppression. So what our ancestors were doing.
My thing is, how long are we going to keep on using these same talk points?
No. I'm giving you what I'm saying.
We got that. I got y'all there because we all tired of the tighter. We tired of the keeping on. We get it.
No, but I'll answer the question. And what I want to
see the bar. Let's finish the bill. Get bro.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that when that took place, our ancestors was doing whatever they could to get any form of advantage or any form of equality that we could get. Let's not be naive. We are oppressed for a reason.
No, but the question was, and you're giving me the same answer. I don't mean to cut you off. The question was, even though we knew the reasons why, but we didn't care about the white women or the white man when we had your back. So you're telling us what steps kept y'all from having Outback. We didn't care about going against the white man. And remember, a lot of things happen, but that's not the issue. The issue is
but what you're saying is not a universal. It's not a universal truth for all black women. My mom inherited land and property from my deceased father who fought in the Vietnam War.
Okay, but when
and left for, no, what I'm saying,
fight a battle for us.
No, what I'm saying, he struggled for in his life, and my grandfather struggled in his life and left property and money for his wife and children.
Okay,
so there was protection in that system where my mom could retire without worrying about where her food's coming from.
When
was my grandfather? No, what I'm saying. So I'm saying is,
when were the black men in collective had
the whole thing? The whole thing is, if you look at the 1960s, on 1970s, on black women were more married and have more stable, stable homes.
That's not the answer.
We're conflating. Different topics.
I would never get that answer, but I'm gonna leave that alone.
I'm giving you the answer. I'm just saying it's not a universal truth. It's not a universal truth of what you're saying. You're saying how.
May I say something?
Okay.
May I say something?
Where's that voice? Hold up. Wait. Hold up. Niqua?
Yes.
She's very soft. Go ahead, Squeak. Go ahead. She's very soft. And Sister Noble's on the piano. Hold up, King Jaffe. King Jaffe. Flowers on the floor, y'all. To be loved. Oh, what a feeling. Go ahead, Niqua.
So, what hurts my heart is we literally have to fight for everything. And the smack in the faces, let me tell you what you guys say. We don't like our black women. Y'all don't like us natural. Y'all want us to have those big butts and those tight bodies after we carry your children. And then you abuse us by saying, oh, the only thing you want to wear is weave. But if you saw me natural, you wouldn't look at me. I don't understand how you guys don't see this. I had men say they prefer other cultures over us, and we are beat down on every level, from every race, from every culture, from every angle. And then you ask us, why are you still standing? Why are you so strong? Why are you so masculine?
And then that's why I'm going to get to this question. I forget. But I know I had a little talk about that, and like I said, no man can answer that question because it never happened.
It's been answered. So what I'm saying is,
it has not been answered.
It's been answered because what I'm saying is, the white woman didn't even have voting.
Let me try. Can you ask the specific question?
I didn't ask.
Was it a specific question?
Said
we have to stop blaming other people.
Like I mean, something you could think about like really quick.
Where? Like what? What was the question? What was the exact question? Tell me, Sugar Love.
Now you want to forget what I was going to move on to. I'm already past that.
Oh shit, my bad.
You wanted to know what movement?
I'm getting old.
What movement
Thank
had?
God, ladies. I'm getting old.
Okay, I gotta take this time. But hold on, Sister Noble's here too. We gonna have to. I got my little book right here. I'm jotting down. Okay, we can't be getting old. Get that pen and let's start jotting because I'm jotting right now.
No, don't play no. One of them gonna speak for me. One of them got me.
She wanted to know. She wanted to know what movement that a black woman had that a black man backed them up on.
Oh yeah. Okay. I didn't come up with nothing at the time. I gotta think, and if I gotta think, then that's not a good thing. So, period. I gotta think.
Well, like Shirley Chisholm was the women black candidate for president
and everything. The women.
Said Shirley Chisholm was the first black candidate.
What'd you say?
In American history. Shirley Chisholm. I met Shirley Chisholm.
Oh yeah. Shirley was.
She was the first black candidate, and she had a lot of black support, men and women.
What can we do going forward?
Like I said, it's been answered. So they're talking about a black movement for a black woman.
What can we do to go forward?
Okay.
What can we do to go forward to make sure that the black men are there when a black woman steps up? When a strong black woman steps up to the plate for the village, for the house of humanity, Where's the black man? What can we do to get the black man to step up?
Okay, so but that's
support her, not to profit from her, not to exploit her, but to support her.
Okay, so that's going to be the crux question of this whole thing. Regardless of anywhere we going on this conversation, we're going to keep coming back to that because I think that is a crux of this thing, because if we change some of these things within the men, then the culture will begin to change, right? So I do want Sister Noble, let me make sure I can hear you first, Sister Noble. Say something, because I want us all to speak, and then we're going to make it circulate. Sister Noble, can you say something? Make sure I can hear you.
Hey, how y'all doing?
King Jaffe, hold on. King Jaffe, King Jaffe, Sister Noble, King Jaffe. Okay, good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just sitting here, like, I'm really sitting here. I never thought I would see this day wherein black women are like, you know, we're tired of y'all and we're just gonna stop fucking with y'all, and I just never thought I would see this day, because I'm gonna tell you now, my pastor's generation, they took a lot of shit. That woman is 80 years old. That woman, people from her generation, the baby boomers, people that preceded my generation, I just say that, okay, I'm 47.
Yeah, my mom.
But I'm gonna tell you, they took a lot of shit off black men. They took a lot.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
this generation right here, my generation and younger, we're just like, we're saying no. I'm not gonna let y'all dog me like y'all dogged our parents, you know, like y'all dogged my mama, like y'all dogged my pastor. You know, I'm not dealing with that.
Don't make me start doing the dance now, girl.
Well, I mean,
because we're farther away. The father
it's just like
away from slavery. See,
yeah,
that's
but
what
it's just
people
like
don't understand. We have branched away from slavery, and we are looking at everything that is enslaving our conscious awareness and our divine feminine wombs. And we give birth to these children. So you're not only doing it to us, you're doing it to our children, and you're doing it to the ones we love, male or female, whatever route you go. So women are stepping up and saying, this is the divine feminine rising again. This is the divine matriarchy.
Yeah.
That's what we've always done.
Let me ask you a question. Where you going without your man, though? Like, where are you going?
Where am I going?
I mean,
let me
are
tell
you
you
asking me,
something.
will I still
Hold
live
on.
with
Let me
Everybody take a chance for that one.
Let me answer that
Valerie.
for you.
Yeah, Valerie.
Let me answer that for you, beloved. I was created whole, not half. Okay? I got masculine and I got feminine. Okay? I am created whole. There are things that I can do by myself, but I need your support. And I need your protection, because common sense says 2 heads are better than 1. But don't get it twisted. I am a mother. I take care of mine. You look at nature, that's a mother. Okay? So it's not that's the white man's Willie Lynch teaching. That's why you look at him and how he treats his woman, and why they women look like little boys. Okay?
I want everybody to get it. Hold on, Prom. Would you got a quick little response between that one? Give me something after that, after Valerie. Give me something, because then one of the next queens want to say something probably on that. Give me something.
Oh, no, go ahead. No, they can go ahead.
All right, so who's next on that? Embassy, who? Sugar Love?
I want to say something a little bit.
She at the top.
Nikwa B? You start from Nikwa B?
One of them two, that's on the end. I don't know which voice I heard first.
Okay, so let's go. Embassy, let's go. Nikwa B next. Come on, Miss Embassy.
Okay, what I want to say to that is, I believe a problem is we always use white people as a scapegoat for our own consciousness.
Okay.
Like, you know, we can't keep on saying that the white people programmed us. This is not a Wizard of Oz character. This is not a magical being. He's only a man, and they only run their community the way they run a community. And yes, they oppressed us, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, like, you know, we end up going to war and we got conquered. That is just the way of the world and how things work, right? But so, but how long are we going to use this excuse that, you know, oh, we've been programmed like we're puppet people? Like, you know, we act like we puppet people and we don't have any type of minds of our own, and everything wrong what goes on in our community is blamed on somebody else and not ourselves in the way that we think, or we may have a misinterpretation of how we think about things. You know what I'm saying? We can't keep on doing that we can't grow that way if we keep on passing the buck on to someone else.
I agree with you, sister. Let me just say this. I agree with you. I consider myself to be a universal being, okay? And I do that because I am mixed with many things. And as a starseed, many, many things. As an earth being, I am Chickamauga, Cherokee, Black, Creek, and Mexican Indian, okay? So when I speak on the Willie Lynch letter, that is speaking on the history of the generations that we are speaking of and what happened to our conscious awareness of our own spirituality. And that spirituality was whooped out of us, driven out of us, and it's being pulled out of us every kind of way still to this day because of an agenda. Now, if you don't identify where the problem is coming from, then you cannot see the solution. And if you don't understand the effects of the colonization of the Greeks and the Romans through the religions, through the history, through their spirits to other spiritual people, to especially the indigenous ones, especially those led by that mother's nature, okay, then you can never solve that problem.
So I'm going to list three known colonized people right now. 3 colonized races of people that was colonized by certain people, right?
Right before you get there, I wanted to say something, but go ahead. You can name them 3.
The Jewish word, the Indian, and the Chinese. Now, 3 of those people were colonized by English people, right? Weren't they?
No.
Different people colonize different people.
Well, Germans colonized the Jewish, but the English colonized the Chinese.
The English colonized the Indian and the Chinese.
No, the white, the
You can say European and just call it European.
It was a specific country of England. What I'm saying.
It was the British colonized China at one point and also India.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
They own everything, but the Germans never took the Jewish people.
No.
You say what now?
What you said? The Germans?
The Germans, no, they never took the Jewish people.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead up on that.
What? The German people never took the Jewish people?
That's a conspiracy thing, though. You know, just
it's not a conspiracy. It is what it is. Even Hitler himself said that I did not kill one Jew. Even Hitler said the Jews that walked out of Israel is not the same Israel that's going back. Because people gotta understand
you're getting into eugenics. You're getting into eugenics now.
What I am saying is that they did not do that they did it to other Caucasian people, but not the Jewish people.
Well, it's what we call them today.
That's not even what we call them. Yeah. They call Jewish for a reason. They're not called Jews.
Well, that's cool. I don't really want to go down the Jewish road. I don't really want to run down this Jewish path because I already know what it's doing, and I already know. And we dealing with a black issue right now. And I was just talking to a Jewish man the other day, and he told me that he wasn't even white or nothing. And the man looked white to me. And the man said he wasn't white. And I said, I don't understand what's going on. You don't understand your own phenotypes and stuff like that. Well, then go ahead, man. I got you. But you know what I mean? So it's people got, you know what I mean? It's a lot that go down with that. You know what I mean?
I was making a point saying about those different cultures.
You're talking about peoples and how people were captured by different people, but how they're probably prospering today and working together. Probably. I don't know.
That's exactly where I was going.
Okay, cool. So I know where you was going. Did you make the point that you were supposed to make those, Sugar? Because I wanted to know what Sister Noble wanted to think on the topic as well.
I was saying something after what she said because I was next. But now
that's why I was waiting for you. That's why I was waiting for you to cut it out.
She would have to say her last sentence.
Okay. She was saying it based on the last thing when she named the 3. You talking about that, Sugar Love?
At the top?
No, I'm talking about you. You talking about the last sentence, which is when she was talking about the naming the 3 things?
No, not her. The lady before her.
Oh, what Nikwa was saying, probably. Oh,
right.
What Nikwa...
Remember, she spoke first, and Nikwa spoke.
Yeah, and then you had your thought.
Right.
Yeah. So Nikwa, she was building off of you.
Right.
Yeah. So you remember kind of where you was at with it, Nikwa. You know, she was saying like, damn, like you want to weave, like you want to do.
It's like it's a blob of confusion. Like, you know, like I don't think any of us know what we truly want. When I'm gonna go back to Prime when he said, so without the man, what are you going to do? Well, if the man is lost, we're both going to be lost.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, like, I mean, with myself, I grew up in a household where I had my mother and father. Things wasn't always perfect, but I see the wisdom in the fact that they did manage to stay together, you know what I'm saying, for 48 years. So I was the last child, but you know, the whole thing is like, so when I listen to these arguments and I have my inner circle, the truth is we don't have a lot of hangups about the man-woman issue in our household. And the thing is, some of my family are bourgeoisie.
Oh, now
people.
That you just made me remember what I was going to say when you said bourgeoisie.
No, let me finish.
I'm not going to stop you. I'm not going to stop you.
You got it? Do you remember? Do you remember it?
No, let him go. I'll feed off of him.
Yeah, Prime.
Yeah. So, and I'm gonna just tell you the truth about a lot of elite Black people, like lawyers and doctors, and I have some of them in my family. You know what I mean? And when they grow up in households where there's a mother and father, they are instructed to find other women. If you're a man, you're instructed to find a woman who grew up in the same similar situation. It didn't even matter how poor they are, because there's a psychology that has been recognized that, you know, when there is a conscious avoidance of single family individuals when it comes to a mate. And the thing is, and not saying that's not saying, I'm putting it out there only to say is the fact that there are groups of Black people who recognize this pathology in our society about the man hating the woman and the woman hating the man, and they're instructed. Certain individuals are instructed to find someone with a similar background to marry to avoid that toxicity,
the backlash. Now,
yeah. So
what I wanted to say, feeding off of what I couldn't think of it, but she was right there, and I don't know what made you say. Another big problem that we had was once we made it, we left us. None of us pulled nobody up. They all got around their news. They left. They said they're using the project. They have now left the projects and they all uppity now. So now we have no information in the community. Like back in our days, and I'm quite sure One Communion, he would definitely understand what I'm talking about. You know, you had on this side of block, even if we didn't believe in it, we didn't have to, but we heard knowledge all day. We had the guards over there talking their talk. We had the Israelites. Then we had the church folks. That's why I said we had earth and gods. Right. So that's what helped us and hurted us, because the part that helped us was a lot of them picked that up in jail. They ain't got nothing better to do but read in jail. Now the part that hurted us was the ones who wasn't in jail and who was serious about it. Here come that crack. then they bought the crack and stuff out, right? So now when they come out, that doesn't, the hustle is still there. They just an intelligent hustler now. And this is what we're seeing. We've never, like, intelligent people would have stayed there instead of, I got to get out of there. And there'd be more people that work in our communities. It'll be much different, but they left us. So now these intelligent hustlers come, who's really actually smarter than a lot of these college students. So they spent plenty. Remember, when you go to college, you could do 2 years, 4 years, 6 years, 8 years. That sound like, but you're constantly up there 10, 15 years. Some of them became good lawyers, but they jailed. They could have been. They had so much time to become anybody who they wanted to be, but they came out. So now what they learned was how to manipulate you, but in an intellectual way. So that's why a lot of things happen in our community. So then once they start to get popular, then it's really about the people. And now we really got to start like scamming and stuff on each other. So that a lot of that started when people, the uppity people that she was saying, he was saying, that's when they left us. Who did we have? But at that point, you had the alcoholism, you had the marijuana laced, you had the cocaine laced. And then if they wasn't in jail, they wasn't either went to heaven, hell, or jail for selling the crack and stuff. And every time we got ready to get somewhere as a people, they brought something else in. So they had to, I did that on another thing, but they had to now say, hold up. We're going to make these schools right here special just for Black people. And we're going to call them Harvard, and we're going to call them all the name, which a college is a college. Because now they had to start this boule, right? So Hey,
yo, Uda. Yo, you hear me, Uda? Yo, what a nigga cool. Yo.
Yeah, I hear you, BG. You was having mic troubles. We hear you now, though.
Oh yeah.
Hold on, BG. Hold on, BG. I heard you. Gad, finish building. I'm Sugar.
So that's how a lot of these Black boules got started, which became gatekeepers. Because now, we got the intellectual smart people. Now we got the thugs, and now they figuring out they smart. They're gonna want to have an uproar, like they're gonna want to revenge their grandfather, great grandfather, or whatever. They knew at some point in time we was going to wake up and we was going to get this real information. So then that's when you have all these prestigious colleges. College is a college, but okay, So they started putting in stuff like these fraternities, these brotherhoods, and all of that to keep them away from us. So now we just stuck with ourselves, and that's why a lot of our families are broken and all messed, because we never really had instruction. First of all, I'm not talking about Africa. I'm not talking about no place but America. We really had never really no instructions. We the only people who had to figure this out. So that's what we're still trying to do now. So, and then the one main thing I like to say for my finish is we have to get out of the I'm a woman, you're a man. No, they don't like none of us. I'm sorry to say, I don't.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying the whole time.
Thank you. I don't care if you're high quality,
hey, yo,
low quality.
Hold on, BG. Hold on. I got you, bro. Hold on.
He could go.
Let her finish her bar. Let her finish. She just gonna close up the bar. I got you, bro. You next. You next.
No, he could go. He could go.
All right, BG, what's up, bro?
Hey, yo, Uda. Salute.
Brother. Salute. What's up, brother? What's up? What's your thoughts?
Hey, Sister Mandy, how you doing?
You have a bike trouble or something, BG? Cause we can't hear you.
I'm good, you guys.
What's up, Sister Nandy? What's your mind until BG might come back? That's Bullets Gotti. He rocking with us too. What's up, Sister Nandy? What's your mind on anything? Let us hear what you thinking. I don't know if BG he having some mic problems. Yeah, Sister Nandy, what's your thoughts on the build? Black women, do they feel safe around us black men? How you feeling as a black woman?
In my opinion, I do. I feel more safe around my black men than I do around white men or any other race, because we're going to protect our own. Now, I'm not saying all black men for it get misconstrued.
Okay.
But I feel more comfortable around my men. I have been on 3-4 pounders today.
Okay.
All I see going on.
Oda, you can hear me now?
Yes.
Oh yeah. All right, yo, yeah, peace, beloved. Yeah, peace, beloved. Yeah, yeah, I was listening, man. I ain't been up here since when a nigga 10 toes, the clown nigga 10 toes up here. But yeah, like I was saying, you know, as far as community, man, it's nothing but white supremacists, man. Black white supremacists, man. Bunch of self-hating ass niggas and self-hating ass bitches, man. So at the end of the day, if we ain't killing these motherfuckers and we ain't laying them down, conforming, I'm not with none of this. You know what I'm saying? I'm with myself. I'm doing me. You know what I'm saying? Fuck that trying to help the black community because the black community don't want to help they self. I ain't hear black people talk about how the black on black violence is going on. Nobody talking about that. I don't know how black people gonna act like you don't got 18-year-olds, 17, 16, 15-year-olds, 19, 20-year-olds not making it to the age of 21 and they down in the street. You know what I'm saying? I don't hear nobody calling that out. As far as like the whole polites and the Sarnettas, man, polite been pimping bitches. That ain't nothing new. Sarnetta been a crook. You understand what I'm saying? That ain't nothing new. We been know them niggas fugazi. You know what I'm saying? I was the first one calling them niggas out. You know, me and Hassan Campbell was calling them niggas out. We was on them niggas' heels. They try to come to my crib on that rah-rah shit.
Hassan was nowhere at the time.
Hold on now, because we have to stop there now. We heard you. But remember, this topic is called, do the black woman feel safe around the black man? So you might be hold on right now, Bullet, watch, because you might be naming black men that are not protecting black women. So imagine that.
You fell out.
No matter if you want to defend whoever you want to defend, you might be defending somebody that's not defending the black women. So we rather speak for ourselves and what we feel for our topics, because you know what I mean, we don't speak for everybody.
But see, I don't
until Bullets come back. Yes, Sister Nandy.
I don't blame you guys because I know that I don't blame you guys that we do not feel protected by you, because you and a lot of people was really never taught it. Like a lot of people, even though you could have been in the same home with grandma, but we don't know what grandma put up from grandpa for them to grow old together. Because back in the days, marriage was not divorce was not a thought. You know.
So Uda. So what you saying is that black women feel they not protected by the black man? That's what you saying?
No.
I was on a panel, and this is what the women were discussing. They were saying that they don't feel safe around black men. So I'm asking.
Oh, let me explain something. I don't understand.
How do we all feel? How do you feel as a black man? We got black parents and all type of shit. How do you feel as a black man? If you think it's true, like how do you feel? Do you protect like you know what I mean? How do you feel?
I protect my mother. I protect the woman in my family. Okay. You know, and far as you know, these chicks out here. You know what I'm saying? I've been seeing a lot of black women throwing black men under the bus. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
I've been seeing a lot of that. I ain't been seeing a lot of black women defending black. Now I see some defend black men, but the majority been throwing shade and slandering black men, calling us dusties and all that. So how can I save women and protect women that call a black man a dusty and all type of bullshit like that? You know what I'm saying? The day and age we live in.
No,
the day
Hold on,
There's no statistics there. There are no statistics.
Hold on, Bullet. We gotta build.
Say that.
We don't ramble. We build and converse here. So we have to build, Bullet. Come on.
Okay, can I speak?
Look, Sister Nandy have to go on. Get Sister Nandy. Hold on, Bullets. Get Sister Nandy.
You know, I have had a lot of sisters. Like I said, I've been on panels all day getting beat up for standing behind. And that's kind of crazy. We have balance, and I keep saying it. It's a lot of black men don't feel like they safe around black women. That's police calling, fighting, pulling knives and shit. Want to go to having cat fights about the coochie. When our people was growing up, they were being lynched. So I'm pretty sure Big Mama hid her husband or her children sometimes.
Hello.
I'm pretty sure Big Mama took a chance to go out there and bust them damn guns when them white lynch mobs was on their husbands.
And
we cannot
stole food from the kitchen.
Exactly. So if you look at that,
on the back.
Exactly. We had a lot of sisters, and that's what makes me mad with this, because there were just as many warriors, even Winnie Mandela. We can talk about Winnie Mandela, who was protecting her black man, even though he sold out on a lot of shit.
Ain't no black woman out here on no Winnie Mandela or none of that mentality.
Well, I am.
A lot of these black women out here is throwing black men under the bus. So if we gonna call a spade, man, black women ain't shit.
That's absolutely then that's why you keep that. You need to get off the block where the black woman ain't shit. You need to get off that avenue. Maybe
we all need to get on.
Can I say something, please?
We all need to get on.
Hold on. It's a conversation. We're not screaming. Ain't nobody here attacking nobody. Nobody got no straps here. We're not doing that. We was having a conversation. We're going to talk to each other about how we feel, because we're not angry at each other here, because any of us ain't do nothing to nobody. So let's have a good discussion. And let's let everybody talk, because as the panel builds, everybody needs to circle.
Hey, Uda, can I say this, Uda, and I'll get the floor back. What I'm saying is, you got these black women, and I don't call them women. Let me just say these straight up bitches. You got these bitches on YouTube that's on here slandering black men. They don't represent my mama.
You out of order. You out of order. You are straight up out of order.
Hold on.
Out of order.
And this sister is saying you are out of order.
You are out of order.
Very out of order.
Because you know why you out of order? Because you want to generalize off of what you have experienced, off of what you know, off of what you have seen. You cannot do that, beloved, because you do not know all of us.
If I want to be technical, black woman is only good for sex. If I want to.
All right,
I don't that type of piano. Young lady.
Yeah, let's go on left right now.
I'm not doing that, I'm not doing that. Anyway, we're going back to our build, and this is where we're going. Because those are not solutions. I'm going to solution building, and we're going to listen.
I can say a solution, please.
We going. Yeah.
When you come in here with negativity,
if I can have a turn, that'd be greatly appreciated. I'll mute my mic until.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah, me too. Let me know when I can speak.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, me too. I'm trying to be polite, but
let's bring this back. I don't have to be polite, because we're not going to change the energy of that. All right, Bullets made his points. Okay, cool. All right, but at the end of the day, we will have respect. Listen, though, the way I run.
No, let somebody else speak.
I'm just going to show. Hold on. I'm telling you how I'm doing this here. All right, I'm not here. We're not trying to call nobody nothing. We can speak our points, go into all talking matters, especially when people have vocabularies and think on a consciousness, that we can speak and say exactly what we want to say and get this conversation out, which is a powerful bill, which even a child that listens to this conversation can get this conversation and don't got to hear all these B's and all these things in it. You see what I'm saying? This conversation is a powerful bill for women, children, and men. So we have to take all in consideration, right? Because we don't know who's going to listen to this conversation in this powerful bill.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? So therefore, we have to understand that. You know what I'm saying? So let us watch our language. Let us understand how we talking and build. And then we're not cutting over nobody. Just now before the panel came like this, everybody was talking. Nobody was stopping nobody. And it was cool. And I want everybody going to get the floor to speak their mind the same way. You know what I'm saying? So we ain't got to argue with nobody. I want us all to be here. We got new people on the floor. Versus back off your zoo.
Yo, Uda, can I say this?
Yeah, then you and we're gonna spin around. Yeah, brother.
If I offended anybody, I'm just being blunt and brutally honest. You know what I'm saying? Because all the black men I'm seeing right now that's catching cases, they catching cases because black woman is sitting up there lying on black men trying to call us animalistic and monsters.
No, it's not.
All right?
If you go to any jail,
all right, you can't ramble on, bro. You got to say something and let somebody respond.
That's his experience.
How many men in jail for gangbanging, shooting each other, robbing, stealing, following behind their friends, got nothing to do with the woman.
And that you got something to do because a lot of these brothers is killing black men over black women. So we're not gonna do that.
No, I'm talking about killing each other.
Can I say something right quick?
I'm done with this.
This isn't a healthy conversation.
I'm done with
Can I say something right quick?
Okay, hold on. Let's bring it back. All right.
Don't you guys think this is a little counterproductive to be calling names?
That is counterproductive. That is counterproductive, and that's why that's not. But at the end of the day, now we have to get to a point where it's productive now. I understand that we feel what we feel. I understand that we're going to be angry, and I get it. But that don't help it. That do not help nothing, and that's not productive. And we have to be productive. This is that. When we go on the block, shoot a block, we can shoot it up. It's all day. You know what I'm saying? We can shoot it up all day. On Uda block, on the shooter block. You know what I'm saying? I have a channel for the shooter block. This right here is building. We not coming across those ways. And if people have made their appearances here in any other light than a highlight, than to enlighten, then we need to reposition ourselves and make sure that we coming on to highlight and enlighten, because we all have those elements. All right. So let's come back around now. Verse didn't speak yet. Verse, what you got to say, brother? Make sure we can hear you.
At this particular moment, nothing at all. I think I'm looking at Jupiter, but that's it.
Okay. So he's looking at Jupiter. All right. Shout out to Verse. He's looking at Jupiter. He got nothing.
Shout out to Jupiter.
Shout out to Jupiter. All right. So where we going? Okay. What's up? Who's that? Sister Noble has to. Get Val.
This is Mother with Wisdom, and I'm gonna chime in on everything that young brother was saying. Okay. That's about maturity. Okay. That's about spiritual maturity. That's about mental maturity. That's about emotional maturity. And all of that is what has been destroyed. And we got into this conversation of what is colonizers and what is this and what is that. And when you understand that the spirit has been taken, that has been corrupted within you, okay, that you no longer identify with what you incarnate as, when you identify more with the pictures and the images and the voices and frequencies that are coming to you through a TV and through an education system that does not value you, you begin to believe that as truth. You begin to identify that because there are other beings that look at you and say, yeah, you ain't gonna never be nothing. Or if you watching TV, all you see is this. Or if you watching TV, all you see is violence and pimping and hoes. Okay.
I have a question. Can I ask you a question right quick, baby? Baby, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead. Come on.
Oh, your nipples hard?
Come on.
What did he say?
He asked, are my nipples hard? And let me say this. They hard enough to breastfeed you and graduate you into maturity. Next.
We not doing it. We not doing it, brother.
Yeah, I think Miss Embassy wanted to say something, so I want to go out there.
I still want to hear what Sister Nandy had to say. She started talking earlier, but she got cut off. I want to hear what Sister Nandy has to say.
Yeah.
Sister Nandy.
What I was saying is this. We have to take accountability a lot of times too for the decisions that we make.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these men, they show characteristics before we even start dating them or getting in the bed with them.
Okay, I agree.
A lot of women, just like the brother that was just on the panel making these comments, That's a characteristic. But how many women will lay up with them? See, when you will accept anything in your household, and then you actually end up going through certain circumstances, then you try to blame the black man as a collective. There are a lot of good black brothers out here. And this ain't to penis ride or anything, but let's use Brother Uda's example. He's going through a lot. He has a child where he's going through a terrible situation. This brother gets on just about every panel and he speaks about this. But I've seen a lot of sisters that would just blame him instead of being supportive, trying to assist the brother in trying to figure out a way to be able to see his child. Let's remember, he reported that his child's mother was abusive. So these are things that I'm looking at. If you're not substantiating yourself, to be honest, and I'm not saying this like if Brother Uda got a woman or anything, but I'm just saying, what woman really is trying to assist a good brother like this, that's crying out his stories and going through issues to the point where his child has been abused and been through a lot and he hasn't seen his child in years, and supporting this brother in trying to come up with a solution. So we can look at it on both sides. We got men that are crazy and we got women that are crazy. I just got off of a panel full of women doing the same thing that a lot of women are disagreeing with what this brother was doing. I was called mammies and all kind of shit by my own sisters.
Wow.
If you go back over there on the argument league and look at the chat,
I don't do that.
This, I'm that.
I don't do that neither. But I would love for you to come on my panel one day.
Sure, sis. I don't mind. What's your channel?
SUGA Love, Sugar Love.
Sugar Love, SUGA. So I'm gonna go subscribe right now.
Because my channel right here, they got me down for harassment, right? Which I explained in the beginning. So I don't know if you heard me, but I'm not gonna explain it again. But it's house harassment. But okay, the video.
You said SUGA Love. You got like a face picture of yourself up there?
Yes, that same picture was up here. Okay.
I just subscribed to your channel, sis, so I can come over there and have conversations with you.
When I do it, I don't fill the panel up. It may be like two or three people the most, and then and then another day for other people. They can say what they gotta say in the chat. But yeah, I like this energy that I'm feeling now. But what I wanted to say was that everything you said is absolutely correct. It is the individual. But if we just get out of the habit of saying, number one, you can't come to me with you got to come to me with facts, receipts, and statistics. You got to let me know how many jails are there in New York State, and how many of them are in there because of a woman. Then I can be like, yeah, you're right. You don't have no statistic. But what that got to do with us, we trying to build. So like me, I love the black man. I don't think there's nothing better on earth but the black man, baby. There's nothing you could tell me about my black man. I don't care how much you want us away. I got a son, and I got nephews. So maybe we need to tell them that more often. Maybe we got.
Oh no, sis. Ain't no win with them sisters. They believe in swirling. They believe the white man is better. The white man is more protective of their children.
Speaking.
And then they just like I said, they attack sisters like us. So we have to work. Like I said, we have to.
I've never gotten attacked. I had one thought that he was going to attack, but that's when I'm gonna ask you a plain question and you have to answer it. But me, I'm gonna still give respect. And if you go out, if you choose to go the other way, then that means that you stay where you at, and I'm gonna be where I'm at. Because I'm not going to do that, because we're trying to grow. Our babies are hurting. I deal with kids. I got like 100. I deal with 120 kids, and everything you do. So I'm the one there. Why them kids at round table ear hustling, minding their business and stuff, right? I hear all the little conversations that they be having, and we don't know how much that we're doing to them. Just like if a child do watch a replay, Yeah, and you got this big old beautiful one community banner. You know how to make banners? I need a banner.
Okay, I just wanted to finish.
I just
Yeah.
this Auntie Nandy, I just want to say something because I'm gonna drop off in a few minutes. Prime, we respect you. Uda, we respect you. I respect all my black men. I have a king myself, and that's why when I first came on this panel in regards to this subject, I made sure that I said I don't like when women or anybody generalize one race as being a certain way because there's a-holes everywhere, and you have to just weed them out. We can't keep pointing the finger at our brothers because, like, we're both saying the same thing to each other and we both feel attacked. And instead of talking at each other, we need to talk to each other and hear each other out. Because there's mental illness everywhere on both ends. And the first thing I feel like we need to do is heal. It's a lot of healing. Just hearing that guy, he needs to heal. Somebody hurt this guy feeling some kind of way.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I just want to.
I'm gonna mute again.
Yeah, I just want to say to Sister Nanda, you're absolutely right. But everything that you said, I do understand pain, and I think what's going on with a lot of people, there's a lot of pain, unresolved pain in their minds, and and a lot of people truly haven't even experienced the gift of love. You know what I mean? I've been in love with a woman, and after being in love with a woman at 20 years old, I could never go back to just trying to be a player and doing all those little things. I had my time where I wanted to be with certain type of women that everybody see on TV, went through that. And then at the same time, I realized the most valuable thing was having a woman who loves me, a woman who gives me peace. So,
but see, can I add something to that, sweet? I don't mean to cut you off. I just don't want to miss my point.
No, go ahead.
Again, that comes down to choices. Now, let me break it down to you. Most black women are trying to standardize their men by other men or financial status. So they try to go after the dope boys, they go after the quick fixes, and then when they get left and they go through issues, it's a problem. Brothers, they go after the eye candy. Who got the biggest boobs? Who got the biggest behind that's out here? This is why so many women are doing it. You're not looking for quality in the women or the men that you're dating. You're looking for lust. It's a sexual activity that you're trying to fulfill. So when you look at those things, you get what you ask for. Brothers that are working, that has suits and ties, or they might be what people consider to be a little nerdy. Those are the simps to these sisters. Those are the men who aren't.
Sister Natalie, can I say something?
I have to disagree.
I was with a woman who told me.
Wait a minute. Let me just say one more thing. And even with the brothers, the women, I'm gonna say like myself. I like to wear jeans. I keep my boots on. You know how many brothers walk past me every single day, and they go right to the ones with the booty shorts on and the thong showing and the breast out, and the ones that are accessible easily. Because this is a lustful world we live in now. It's not about stability, and it's not about love and understanding. It's not about building families. It's about dealing with sexual activity. And majority of the people have to admit that the first thing you come in contact with is the person's looks. I've seen a lot of people say, well, I don't like the way that person looks, so I ain't gonna talk to him, but they turned out to be the best man in the world. Or some men who don't want to date sisters because they're a little heavy set, and they want to go through the skinny girls or certain things like that, but they can't even cook fucking eggs. So if you want to qualify people, you have to qualify them according to what you are choosing. Now you understand what I'm saying? So that's just like, and I'm not saying that some people are not mixed up, but let's just be realistic. What we should be going after for the type of stability and love that we're looking for, those are the people we pay no attention to. Too many distractions out here at this point.
That's why I tell you, get off the block and find another block. If you keep running into the same girls, it's time to change the block you on. But go ahead.
And also another thing you have to add to that, sister, is, and I'm gonna be quiet after this. You also have to look at your own characteristics. You attract what you are. So sometimes we have low self-esteem. We got people out here who they just as wild or whatever they doing is the person that they are attracting according to the circumstances, what type of, like this sister said, what type of block you on and what type of person you are is what you will attract, you know, to your household or to your bedroom. So that's something we have to look at as well.
Yeah, because
we have to bring self-respect back into the picture. There's no self-respect.
Yes, ma'am.
And if nobody is here to teach us self-respect, what are we doing? We're getting farther and farther away from respecting ourselves, which means we're getting farther and farther away from truly knowing our spiritual value. Because when you know your spiritual value, nobody can take it from you. Nobody can change your mind.
Yeah, but I mean, people get old and they got to learn from their experience. You know what I'm saying?
No, it don't matter how old you is. She is 100% correct.
No, what I'm saying is that like even myself, experience taught me a lot about relationships and not to go that way and go this way. You know what I mean?
And that's respect, brother. That's understand that you respect yourself. I listened to you. You said you were taught to respect yourself. And when you go out to find a mate, you look at what you respect in yourself in that person. And you know that that's who you can be with because there's a mutual respect. That's called being evenly yoked. That's called being of the same conscious mind. That's how you become one with somebody, because you're able to, even if you have a disagreement, you're able to have a conversation and build upon the differences. That's being of one mind. That's being of one heart. That's respect. That's mutual respect. But if you don't respect yourself, just like that young brother who was on, he doesn't have the maturity to respect himself. And that's why he can't respect anybody else on this pattern.
Because
that's why he needs to generalize everything, because in his maturity, he's still an infant. He's still an infant, and that's how infants act. They act out of order.
It's arrested development. A lot of these, of people are going through arrested development. They're stunted because they weren't raised properly, or maybe their parents are going through certain things. So I noticed that we are very critical upon one another, and you know, don't really give each other the leeway of hearing one another out. We, you know, and end up talking over one another and get angry with one another. And that's one thing I think we have to stop. At least try to hear one another out and let them make their complete thoughts before we interject with our position, because we all think differently. We all don't think the same. We're not going to, you know, even the whole continent of Africa is made up of 52 different countries and multiple tribes. So we're all coming from different places. So at least give each other the respect to hear one another out.
Yeah.
Can I go? I always tell people, listen, when you get a certain age, right? I always tell people, you have to speak to two people in your life, and you have to make it right with them. And you got to spend some time. And even if you need help speaking to them people, then you need to go get help, or you'll never move forward. You're going to stay stuck in arrested development, like that young lady said. How we help each other is beautiful. You have to speak to your younger self, and you have to speak to your older self, because your older self is counting on you now. Whatever you do now, your older self is like, please, I need you. I don't want to be like this. I want to be like that. And then you got to have that conversation with your younger self, saying, well, you know, I went through this, I went through that, and taking away the shame for whatever you have been through. It may not have been violation. It could have been violation. We don't know. Maybe you used to rob, you used to steal. You know, sometimes tell yourself, damn, I was hungry, but I didn't have no business taking that food. Or, you know, but until you get stuff straight with yourself, you cannot get anything straight with anybody else. And even if you have to seek therapy or seek anybody else, because your older you is dependent on you. But you got to still go back and speak to that, whatever age you were hurt at, or even before that. You got to like stay in your house. I tell people don't meditate because that means you're quiet. No, you have to literally talk to yourself, things that have went down. Then you could have said, well, you know what? I could have done this better. I will never do it that way again. I'm glad I did go back. Or you can save somebody else. You can save some, because we got to get our psyche right first. You know, and then sometimes you may have to like call a friend if you got a good friend that will listen, because you may not want therapy. But your younger you and your older you are depending on it, because you're living now in the present. So whatever you're doing now, your 60-year-old would like to say thank you. So hopefully it goes well. We all plan on getting old. So if we don't have them two conversations, you're really not going to get anywhere. And then we don't have no love and respect for our brothers and our sisters. And I think a lot of times we say these things to each other because we think it's a cliche. Hey, sis, hey, bro, hey, Black Power, knowing that we really don't mean it.
A lot of things we say to each other, a lot of things what I see on YouTube, people say just to run a check. Like half of the people don't even believe what they believe. Like even the hateful stuff they believe. They do it to run a check, and they know that people gonna come view the content, and they running up a check. Like half of this stuff is not for real. I believe that this type of community is for real. Like, you know what I'm saying? I believe this panel is serious about what they're talking about. But a whole lot of people, like the gentleman that was up here saying all the inflammatory things and everything like that, that's his personality. He probably wouldn't even talk like that in real life. You never know.
Even
you know
if he did.
You know, he's these inflammatory things that, you know what I'm saying, it'll draw a crowd, or, you know what I'm saying, you get some people to subscribe to his channel, whoever view the same way, whatever, and he can run up a check.
Yeah, they want to sound ratchet as possible to get a following. But like I remember years ago, when I first started listening to conscious stuff, and I think I talked to Sister Noble. She may not remember me on King Noble's show.
Yeah.
Years ago, almost 10 years ago, something like that, right? I think he was a guest on the show. But I used to listen to a lot of his stuff. And there's a few things I took away from what he used to talk about was fear, lack, doubt, and limitation. And then one of my favorite lectures he did was called Beyond the Fear. And you gotta go beyond a level of your fear in order to love someone, right? And also when I look at my life, and like when I see myself feeling like I'm going into a depression, I feel like I'm losing, I also remind myself not to be caught up in my fear, lack, doubt, and limitation. And it's only an illusion. And I don't want, the reason why Uda was asking, should we do this show? And I was like, yeah, go ahead and do it, because I don't want Black women, this was done in love, because I didn't want Black women to get caught up in that fear, lack, doubt, and limitation and be pimped by these suckers online. Because I actually love all of y'all on this panel. You know what I mean? And I respect hearing every last woman on here. But I don't want you to be pimped. There's some pimping going on around here, you know, from your pain, your insecurities, and people are sitting on here. People are sitting on here. They don't give a damn about that shit they talking. You feel what I'm saying? They try to get that cash up hit, and then they'll get offline, and next thing you know, they got their man coming over with some weed and pills, and they finna have a good time on you off of your pain. So don't get sucked into these little cliques online where people are acting like they care about the Black woman, so other Black women feel like they care about the Black woman so much. Your situation is your situation. You got if you got weight issues, if you can manage to get rid of that, do your best to do so. You know what I'm saying? Go beyond the fear in your life. That's what you got to do. You got to go beyond the fear in your life to correct things in your life that you know that may be keeping you in a state where you got to deal with substandard type of individuals. Get what I'm saying? So people that you feel like you may not want. And that's the reason why we even did this panel tonight, where I asked Uda, he asked for the topic. I said, yeah, it's controversial. It'll bring people. And I see it did. And the reason why I did I knew a lot of women would come, and I knew a lot of women who may be on that frequency may come, but I want you to hear what I'm saying. You're being pimped by these people. They don't know you. They look at you like just a person that's going to send cash apps and they're there to rape you all over again. You get what I'm saying? So the thing is, we all have to do a level of self-assessment, self-love, and everything. And then the thing is, somebody may come in your life that is going to give you that love. But when the first time I fell in love was when I was sat there with a woman. I told her all of my insecurities about what I felt about women. She told me what she felt about men. We sat there, we talked all night by the inlet, you know what I'm saying, at night. And we was there for almost 12 hours. And that was the first time I actually experienced a feeling of love for a woman. And the thing is, I never looked back. And the thing is, when you actually get to that level of love, it's going to take that point where you're going to have to go beyond your fear to actually experience being a fucking human being. You feel what I'm saying? So it
that's
goes
real. That's
so you're saying
a lot of
you're saying that hold on. So you're saying that we're going to have to go beyond our fear in order to enter into a relationship with somebody who we already know is not good for us?
No. If you had a feeling in your life, I don't have that feeling that black women ain't shit. I don't. Not at all. I don't have that. No, I'm saying for me.
No, that ain't what I'm saying. I don't think black men are shit. I don't think black men are shit.
No, I don't feel like I don't feel like I can't find a woman that I could love. I had that gift in my life a few times, right? You know what I'm saying? And
another one is coming.
Yeah. So I'm saying I had that feeling a few times in my life. And what I'm saying is, you gotta if you have it in a way you ain't gonna prosper. You say I'm gonna be poor as fuck my whole life. That's the mentality. That's gonna keep you locked in. And life is gonna move on. And life is gonna move on. And life and time ain't finna give a damn about you being bitter. It's just not. If you don't have a positive attitude, if you don't have that positive attitude to open yourself up to abundance, it ain't gonna come. I don't care how it comes.
Before you do that, before anybody telling you, before you get to any of that point, people gotta check their mental state. See, if some people mental is messed up from that's why she specifically said arrested development. It's a lot that goes on right there. There's a lot of broken people that buried. Either they buried their feelings and then can you imagine like being a child and you don't know nothing, but you get violated, but you don't know. And then because your mind saying is no, and then all of a sudden he makes you feel this type of way. Once you find out it's wrong, the damage is already done. Now she's hurt. She's been damaged by the one who loved her, but she still wants to chase after that feeling. See, before we get to calling people names and telling them how to live their lives, like if I get a man, we have to sit down, we have to talk. Do I mean do we tell the whole story or what? That's not what I'm saying. But you got a lot of people that is, I'm not even gonna say that about that young brother because I don't know how much damage acquired in him to make him.
Well, the thing is, he don't matter. That's the thing. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all.
He matters. He matters.
He shouldn't even matter. If you're looking for abundance, you ain't even looking for a guy.
I'm not looking for him. I'm just saying he matters because I don't know what his mental state is. I do not know what he has been through. I don't know what made him this way. We don't know if he got beat up by women or beat up by men. We don't know. People lash out like that. It's a reason in a certain type of way. There's a reason. That's like when they had the thing about the bonnet.
It's
right?
definitely indicative of something else.
Huh?
So it's definitely indicative of something else if somebody behaves in that certain pattern.
Right.
It's all about communication.
Right. Like I had an argument with somebody about the bonnet, right? And they were like, yeah. I said, first of all, nobody never asked that lady, why is that bonnet on her head? Something, which means maybe her hair is not done. Maybe she's in a depressive state where she just don't care about nothing. It's reasons. Normal people unless they're jumping in their car because they just got their hair done and they don't want to mess it up. Normal people don't wear bonnets every day. See, we never careful about what we say about people. Neither do we ask them. It's not up to us to ask strangers that. But being that you are a stranger and I don't know your story, I'm not paying attention to your bonnet because I know something is not right. That's like you go to somebody's house and their house is too clean. You got to say to yourself, what is wrong with you? Is something wrong when your house is extremely dirty or extremely clean? You're going through something. You have to be going through things in life. Some people be thinking, some people be, when they see, I never had that, or I never had this, or they put it in whip. Some kids was locked in the closet. Some got the iron cord. A lot of things. But I'm like, people like talking about the bonnet. I'm like, I never thought that's not normal. I never took the chance.
It's not normal. It's not normal, but if you got to the point where you just spewing out hate constantly 24/7, people are going to look at all your flaws. And what we also
I'm not talking about the people who spewing hate. I'm talking about mental health at this moment. Just playing on mental health. Now, if you want to go into spewing out hate, that has nothing to do with wearing a bonnet. So you talk about something totally different. We're talking about something totally
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying when it comes to, I think I know who you're talking about.
No, I'm just talking in general because that's all you've been hearing. I'm going to wear my bonnet because I don't feel good, and that's it. When I'm ready to go get my hair done and stuff for my body's better, it get better. But you wouldn't have known that as I told you that much. All you would know is, look at that girl with the bonnet on. She got it on again.
No. What I'm saying
not
is,
you in particular. Yeah. I'm talking about people in general. You live by me. You wouldn't know. But I'm not wearing a bonnet. I'm wearing a scarf. I'm a scarf.
Can we talk about the arrested development, the immaturity in our community? I really want to get back to that because that is a foundation that we need to. What's there, it's already been torn down, and it needs to be rebirthed. It needs to be rebuilt. It needs our focus. And what we're seeing taking place in these conscious communities with all these different foundations that have been built upon these people putting themselves in high positions and then taking advantage of these children, these women. They've been pimping spirituality, and this has been done through the churches. This has been done through the communities. This has been done through the politics. This has been done through friends and family. But we really got to start addressing the solutions and what we need to do. But we have to start recognizing and identifying certain things and coming to agreement on those certain things. Respect was one of them. Personal identity was one of them. Spirituality is one of them. Family is one of them. Find what we are able to build upon and build upon those things.
Now, see what I believe what happened as far as Arrested Development thing is what we went through during the crack era. I'm an 80s baby, right? So we went through that entire era as children and grew up in it. And I believe it set a whole lot of people back because we were just in straight survival mode and people were walking around like zombies. It was a very, very scary time. Like gangs were forming over the territories to sell the crack. And that's when the neighborhoods got extremely dangerous and people were shooting. And now all of a sudden, the people aren't safe to play. The kids aren't safe to play outside and all of that. And a lot of, and then a lot of guys got rousted into jail. And one thing that I heard, and I don't know if it's true because I've never been to prison, that a person is pretty much stunted and still stuck at the age they are when they go to prison.
Yeah, it's called the Peter Pan. But you got to also remember too, when you don't know how to tell your child no, and you spoil your child, and you think your child is an apple of your eye, that puts them at arrested development too. Too much or too little, that gets them too. So that's why some kids, adults cannot hear the word no. Cause mommy always told them Yes, and they was mommy's favorite, whatever happened. So now they think the whole world has to perceive them that way. Because I dealt with a lot of them. And a lot of them do not have no
honestly never really dealt with a whole lot of black children in that fashion that went through that type of thing.
I had 900 come through me. 900. But I think
it's an epidemic. It's especially an epidemic now. It's an epidemic now because these children are saying, I don't want to raise my children the way I was raised.
Yeah, I think it's overcompensation.
Yes, and every generation is like that.
They say
every generation is like that. But again, getting back to the Arrested Development, Getting back to the Arrested Development, I want to us now that we have 30 something. My daughter is 38 years old. Come from that crack situation. We know where that came from. We know the root of it. And now we have to look at.
They gave it to brother. What's his name? Ricky Ross. The Contra, the CIA gave the crack to brother Ricky Ross, and that's how it ended up spreading throughout the United States. That's exactly what happened.
It's many conspiracies.
The man said it out his own mouth. Yes. That's exactly what happened, man.
Okay. I agree and support because I don't know nothing else about that.
But
what I'm saying is we have to clear the root. Whenever you want to pull up something and grow something and retill the ground or revalue the earth, you've got to pull up them weeds that's there, and you know that they're roots and those weeds are there that they've been planted, and that those weeds stunt your growth. It's the weeds that stunt your growth. Now we looked at that era. You said the 80s. Now you got to go back to the 70s. What was out there that stunted the growth in the 70s? And then you got to go back and you got to look at and identify what stunted the growth then. And then you come all the way to 2021 and you look and see, you observe, not with judgment.
The only reason why I point to the 80s is because previous, I'm sorry to cut you up, beloved. I just wanted to get this point out, and you are, I'm 100% in agreement with you, definitely. I'll only speak about the 80s because before then, it seems like we were married more and our families were together, even in the 70s, more even. I guess it started disseminating really in the 70s after the Vietnam War. When people came home from the Vietnam War, it started disseminating, and that's when a whole lot of people were on drugs and heroin because they got hooked on it in Vietnam.
And opium.
Exactly.
But
and I want
can I add something to that?
I want you to understand. Let me just.
She can speak more to that.
Let me finish this one point, and that is, look at what was going on during that time. That's when the blacks were getting the vote. That's when the blacks exploitation was coming in.
Black men.
That's when
black
blacks
men.
was black. That's black women too, beloved.
No,
I looked
black
at
men.
Buffy, I looked
Black
at
men.
Pam Grier. I looked at Diana Carroll.
Black men. There was the black men. It was the black.
Can I
It
speak?
was not just the black men. It was the black.
It wasn't
all black women. It wasn't all black women. It was black women that was in integrated relationships.
It was the black community.
Okay.
The black community was coming under scrutiny.
I've been trying to speak for 30 minutes. That's what I'm saying. I've been trying to speak for 30 minutes. For real. And I've gotten cut off every single time. I even have sat back for the last 15 minutes and not said a word. Now, I just got through telling somebody about the suffrage movement. They would try to tie it all in together, but technically speaking, the only women that was actually able to vote was black women in the North, and majority of them was actually in relationships, in interracial relationships. So we got to stop mixing all this stuff up together. The actual field black women, those that was going through issues, didn't get voting rights until the 50s and 60s.
Thank you.
When we look at people like Fannie Lou, Fannie Lou Hamer and all of those things. When you going back looking at the Susan B. Anthony suffrage movement, they didn't even want to deal with the black women. The black women had to march behind them because it really wasn't about them. The black women actually started to separate themselves from the suffrage movement and the feminist movement back then, and they were more going towards abolition movements because slavery was more important. So if you really want to look at that, if you look at the women in the North that was able to vote, they had people are able to work or anything. A lot of people ain't gonna like what I'm saying, but it was just housework.
That's the same conversation I had the other day, and that's all I was saying to the young man earlier, and the other man.
I just want to finish my point before I forget, because I've been waiting. Just give me one more second. I just want to say this too: marriage. So many women today look at marriage. Marriage was created by the Greeks. It was also laws that was written and in place where black women and men couldn't even marry each other. Big Mama them, a lot of them weren't married. It was just legal, or I'm gonna just say it was easier to take on that person's last name and utilize it. If a lot of
like common law, wasn't it, sis?
Yeah, if you look back into a lot of people's relationships, half of them weren't married because it was forbidden during the times of our ancestors. And there's laws that's on the book if you want to go look them up about black people marrying black people. It wasn't even allowed. So marriage was based for Greeks and certain individuals, Hebrews and stuff like that. And they were arranging marriages due to financial gain or family wealth. So even if they were getting married, that woman had to be just as rich and her family had to be just as wealthy as this particular man.
So don't have a dowry.
Exactly. So don't get it twisted when we get these stories about the white woman sitting at home and just watching her children and the white man providing, businesses and all of this. It was a lot of white women who were still treated like shit, or you would have never had the feminist movement. They wouldn't have
burned dinner. They couldn't burn dinner.
This is what I'm saying. They wouldn't have wanted rights to vote. Even some of those women, when you look at World War I, they was actually fighting for rights to work, and they started working after World War I. So white women don't think like black women. They do not think like that. We thinking of savior. We thinking of posting up, and all we supposed to do is be in the house. But then when a brother say only thing a woman is good for is sex and to be barefoot and pregnant, we get offended by that. Well, that's the same thing that a lot of black women are arguing. Just as long as there's a contractual agreement that if you fuck up, I get a come up. Because that's how marriage is about. And 90% of these white men...
Let me marry that man.
See, this is what I'm saying. Even if you get married, though, a lot of white men, see, a lot of women, they look up standards of marriage, but half of these black women don't come from no families with shit. So
that's even an original construct, because my family does have like land and stuff.
No, this is what I'm saying, sweetie. I'm saying. I'm sorry
for over talking to you. I'm
talking about in general. The average black woman don't have a damn pot to piss in or window to throw it out of because they too busy trying to be a white woman. And the misinterpretations of a white woman is critical when it's our black women looking at them, because white women weren't. White women complete college. White women have gardens. I heard somebody say, I ain't picking no tomatoes for nobody. Them white women don't think like that because they know most of the products we getting is GMO produced. They don't want their children eating like that.
That's just why we garden and pick tomatoes and stuff.
No, but see, this is what I'm saying. When you got women that want everything handed to them on the platter. Big Mama had a garden. Big Mama didn't go to no goddamn grocery store. Big Mama had a garden.
We had gardens when I grew up.
Big Mama had chickens.
We didn't
Big Mama was out there on the farm, just like Big Daddy was on the farm.
Big Mama kept the family together.
And Big Daddy did too.
We didn't have that in the East, but I used to come to the South, but I was at that point.
And you know something else
how do we move forward though?
I will tell you how we move forward. First of all, the gender wars have to stop.
Yes.
But that's putting.
Yeah, I'm an advocate for that.
We got just as many black women that has torn down a lot of black men. And let me just give you a scenario of a sister I knew. She was dating a prominent black brother. He had businesses. His family comes from a well-grown background, very well established. But by the time she got through with him buying diamonds and hair weave and stilettos, and all she wanted to do was just stay in the house all day. Bro was broke in about 3 months. Now you ask yourself, a lot of women ask themselves, why do our relationships not last? It's a lot of bickering and stuff. A lot of Black women today,
but as a community, trying to get to a boyfriend and girlfriend, how do we move on as a community? I want to get back.
This is what I'm explaining. This is what I'm trying to say to you. First of all, it's the choices that you make. Mm-hmm. We got good brothers out here. I hate to say it, most Black women, let's just be real, we like the rough and rugged. Some of us like the thugs. Some of us like the ones who would get out here and carry down machete. We like certain things, but that characteristic doesn't go with someone saying they want to be married, settle down, and having children. And just because you got a certificate, and this is what I'm trying to say, this is only another way for the white man to get in your business and tell you how to dabby up your assets. That's all marriage is, a contractual agreement.
Yeah, but how do we move forward as a people?
You know what? I'm gonna say this. So let me say this. I'd like to speak. This is what I'm saying. I've been getting cut off since I've been on the show. I've sat back respectfully, even if people is talking for 5-10 minutes, and I've let everybody finish their point. Nobody would let me finish my point, because then I would be answering all of your questions. Even when I'm talking about moving forward, a lot of women got to stop worrying about fucking contracts. What I'm saying is this: when white people get married, they got a lot of times, majority of the times, they have prenuptial agreements in place. You're not getting nothing from nobody. When you see people get married overseas, it's because they're building generational wealth. The king and the queen, or whoever, comes from a background of royalty. So this is what we call arranged marriages. Our sisters love and all of this stuff. The only way to move forward is substantiate yourself first. Because if you got something going for yourself, if you are already an upstanding sister in the community, then you won't even allow yourself to come in contact with brothers that's not on your level. Now, what I mean by level, because a lot of them will take that and run with it and say, I'm talking about if he ain't making 6 figures. I don't know too many sisters making 3 figures. How can you set a standard like that? I don't know too many sisters that own their own homes. I'm not talking about paying mortgages. I'm talking about your house is already a deed in your hand, and the only thing you really still liable for paying is taxes every year. You can't set standards that you don't even have already bringing to the table yourself. So if you work on self, like one of the sisters said, and build your own, you will attract better men that's actually trying to substantiate something with you. Even when you look at celebrities, their marriages are arranged. No disrespect, Oprah ain't married, but she showed giving Stesman $1 million a year to stay in the house. She buying him cars, and nobody's saying that Oprah is simping for the Black man, because she down low got a relationship with Gayle. But to keep her image up, she's paying the Black man to stick around, buying them cars. He didn't ask for that. That's just what her contractual agreement is with him. It's a lot of Black women that's not trying to be married either, because they want to keep what they got to themselves and on their own. So we can't just keep saying it's Black men when you can use a lot of these Black sisters out here too, like Serena. Venus, Serena, one of them, who got a little money and went and married a white man. It ain't no different. So we can't just keep saying, we can't just keep saying that it's about the Black man and the Black this and the Black that. There's balance in everything. And if you don't have that, then you're going to always end up with the short end of the stick. And that's all I just wanted to add to the conversation.
Well, I agree. We can't keep on pointing one finger at one gender or whatever, because it's a collective thing and we're collectively trying to do something. So everybody has faults on both sides of the fence. But as far as how do we come together and how do we move forward, one, we have to address things without emotionalism. And actually look at the fact of
emotionalism, and also you can't bring into your relationship what happened in the past relationship, and men and women do that.
Yeah.
If you went through an issue with this brother because he wasn't shit, because he didn't take care of his children, okay. That's an experience. You learn from it and you grow from it. But then when you come in and you already saying the other brother ain't shit, he ain't gonna do nothing but the same thing the other man did. I ain't
trying to be fair to that other person.
You can't do that. Psychologically, you have to heal yourself. That's why it's good for men and women coming out of relationships, whether long term or short term, give themselves time to get over the last person. A lot of people jump into relationships to use somebody to cover up their hurt, or they just want to try to forget that person. No, if you still got the same person on your mind that took you through all of that shit, then every black man will be a target. And it becomes nagging, and it becomes finger pointing and all kind of stuff. And as a woman, I have to say, I used to do it myself.
I heard the first growing up, the quickest way to get over a man is get up under another one, and that's the most toxic thing to teach anybody.
Can I say something now?
And
go ahead, sis. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
I just want to bring everything back to the comment that I was making before, and that is, this is generational. And if we look at every decade, we can see where things start to taper off. If we look at the time of slavery up until the time of emancipation, we see that the family unit, the black family unit, was the strongest because we had a common thing bonding us together, and that was slavery, oppression.
I disagree with that, ma'am. I disagree with that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but we gotta stop this. We gotta stop the romanticizing. That's not true.
I agree.
Let me finish. I did not. Let me just finish. You can agree to disagree. We are many different.
I just want to say this: if the black
we are many different people, we are not going to agree on everything. We each have our own mind. We each take our own breath. We each have our own heartbeat. We do not have to be synchronized.
It's not that, ma'am. I'm just saying you can't say that when the black families were separated first by the black people. We were the first to be enslaved and sold out by our own people.
That's not my point. That's not my point.
You said
you're
that the black families were
stronger. That's my point. That's not my point.
No, you want to roll. Go ahead.
My point is every generation, the family unit has deteriorated.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That is my point. And I was specifically...
So were you talking about the era of Reconstruction basically first?
I was specifically surgically going into the wound of the immaturity, the arrested development. That was my point. And that's where I would like to continue, if you don't mind.
Yes, please.
I mean, but we got questions. We can all dialogue and continue. I'm just saying, how can you say that?
Yeah,
though?
but just like
I'm trying to ask the elder a question. That's what I'm asking you, so I can clearly understand. I'm asking questions. I'm not disputing it. Okay. All I'm saying.
Let me finish my thought, and then you ask your question. Because when you interrupt me, then
how many times have I been interrupted since I've been on this panel? I didn't even get to finish my point before you jumped out there with your questions. With all due respect, I have been interrupted every time I've spoken since I've been on the panel.
We each have. That's because we're learning to respect each other. That's because we're learning to do this, interacting. That's because we're learning that we are not at war with each other. That's because we're learning how to give peace and calm to each other. Okay, that's because we're learning how to hear and listen at the same time. And that takes practice. And we're going to make mistakes and missteps in it. And we're going to get our blood pressure up. And we're going to try to talk over each other because that is what we have been taught to do. And we have to unteach ourselves that. The way we unteach ourselves that is through respect. As I was saying, my point in the arrested development concept that the sister introduced, what I was calling immaturity, is this. each generation has deteriorated in our ability to hold and support each other, in our ability to see each other, in our ability to listen to each other. And when the oldest strategy in the book is divide and conquer, and we have been divided and we have been conquered, our spirits are wild. We don't recognize each other. We don't see each other. We sit up here and say, oh, I'm conscious and I'm this and I'm that. But yet we can look at all of this drama that has been going on. And we're not supporting each other. We don't see each other. We're combative with each other. We're competitive with each other because that's what we've been taught to do.
No, I just think a lot of people think that only their opinion matters and they don't give other people time to speak. And that's the problem that I have, because we all have validated information we bring it to the table.
We're all God's children.
Like I said, I got cut off several times and couldn't even finish my point. And I learned that too. That's why I sat back and listened to y'all for 15 or 20 minutes, because I can't respond to something I didn't clearly hear. And I hear all of that, but like I said, the romanticism got to stop, because even in the beginning of slavery, our people were selling our own women and children to the enemies.
No, we did not. No,
yes,
we did not.
Yes,
no,
we
did not. No, we did not.
Really? Who is
really?
this?
Really? No, we did not.
That is
but
true.
right now we're going off topic right now with the evil.
Exactly. I'm trying to finish what I'm trying. So we didn't. So we weren't the first people to sell our people into slavery. Is that what you're telling me?
No, that's what I said.
Wow, that's not true.
Yes, it is true.
That's not true.
It is true. I don't
well, not to be on anybody's side, the Ghanaians said they did it.
I'm just listening to this because, like I said, historically,
no, we did not. They sold other tribes off. They didn't sell their.
It still was selling people. It's still selling our black people.
No, that was not their people.
Wow.
Yeah, because you are melanated, that doesn't mean okay, we related. You are my people. No, you from over there, and I'm from over there. You from that country, even though we all on planet Earth. You got the Japanese and the Chinese. They both share Asia. So what you're trying to say is the whole continent of Asia, if a Japanese sell a Chinese, they're selling their people, or they're not selling their people.
People have sold their people in all backgrounds and races. And from the Arabs to the
no. I just asked you a simple question, man.
No, I'm answering the question, man. What I'm saying is, in all backgrounds and races, they have all been enslaved. Somebody has been sold somewhere.
No, but you were speaking upon us selling each other out. I said no, we did not.
The first slave trade started from our people selling our people.
We did not sell our people.
So what were we selling in?
But I think you should go. It's books you get on YouTube. It's a lot of information on it. Only thing
that's what I'm asking you, man. What were we selling? What were we selling?
She's romanticizing the black race. She is romanticizing the black race, taking out the tribalism, taking out the bloodlines, taking out the different locations. All she is doing is romanticizing the color of the skin, okay? And that is what she is stuck on. She is not stuck on blacks were at war with blacks.
No, I think what you all are stuck on is want to always talk about white supremacy, and we had supremacy before the white man.
Ma'am.
So this is what I'm saying, because she's trying to say, I didn't say you. I'm talking about the sister who said I'm romanticizing.
You was talking.
I'm not romanticizing.
Okay, you were talking. She was talking with my turn. Right?
No, I was talking on my turn, but go ahead.
No, you spoke before. Now, I'm just going to keep it sweet and simple. I think one of the better ways for us to help our communities, because we're supposed to be on communities, is for a person to find whatever need is a need everywhere. If it's a need in your community. So I think that'd be the best way to, like, you plant, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna plant my seed here. Okay, I know how to deal with children, so I'm gonna plant my seeds there. You know, the more seeds you plant, the more you can watch them grow, because you're the one watering them, you're the ones that making them better. But a lot of people talk about what needs to be done, But it's when you walk outside, as soon as you walk outside, you should start doing the things that need to be done. But you got to see that who the people do I need to speak to these needs, or do I need to speak to the people who do with these needs? You know, you see a bunch of children, because our youth is really our youth is the real answer. Our youth is the real answer.
Now, I agree with you there, but I think what everybody else is talking about.
A lot of our children, I'm gonna let you go. A lot of our kids is, for some reason, we disconnected because a lot of our grandmothers now, unlike grandma looking like grandma before, when the mother and the daughter look like sisters, they partying together, they're doing this together. So now these children are left where, you know, you can't tell them nothing. Somebody inbred that in their head. Hey, when that lady come on the bus, get off the seat. You know, you need to do this. You need
There's
to do
a lot
that.
of elders you can't tell nothing either because they think because they're elders they know everything.
No, but that's not my
information. History is actually more widespread now than it was back then.
Ma'am, I'm talking about whatever. If that's need to be done, then you should be able to be the one to speak to the people who you're talking about. I deal with you. I have to use what I do as an example. You can use what you do as an example. Only thing that matters is these seeds get planted. So even though I deal with seniors, and I deal with 14 to 23, and I deal with seniors, right? So I see a need. They were out there killing each other, shooting each other, and everything. I had to make that stop. So I had to now start a program. So that's I a need. Now that was the need, fulfilled the need. So I've been doing that. That's what I do. So now whatever you're doing, now you can say.
Well, excuse me.
Okay, if I can interject,
can you share my screen for me, Oda?
I think Oda might have fell asleep on us again.
If I can interject, please. We got to stop discrediting other people's arguments and points. I think what the sister to my left was talking about, the elder, we were creating a timeline of when things had started to disseminate. So Sister Nandy went back to a timeline period of when the slavery thing first happened, which was a tribe of Africans selling another tribe over to where we are today. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't think it was meant to be like romanticizing anything. I just think that we were all just saying points on the timeline, and which was the original conversation, which was the question. You know what I'm saying? But just to, discredit somebody and just throw their whole argument out the window and say it's not valid just because you may deal with one sector of the community, and she is more of a revolutionary type and deals with that sector.
But it was incorrect information. But it was not.
Well, when the Ghanaians said that that's what they did.
Well, the thing is, let me say this because I know we're getting off topic, but I'll just correct something.
But we were just going down creating a timeline of what we can timeline of what we can study to see what happened, because we have to be organized in thought. We can't just blurt things out and be like, what's the solution? And we throwing 15 million things out of there. It has to be an organized thought that we can
Can I just give you all a source? If you can Google it if anybody's around their computer, since I can't share it. When the slave traders were Africans, and they're talking about slaves that are now coming to grips with the fact that their own people were sold by family members.
Well, we're not Africans. Well, we're not Africans.
But ma'am, this is what I'm saying. I know we're not Africans. I understand the invasions of Afrikaners and all of that, but this is what they are referencing themselves as for right now. Wow. So what I'm saying is it still has the broken down tribes in this Wall Street Journal article of the people that were selling their people into slavery long before invasion started.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of African Americans don't know the history of the Arab slave trade, which started around the year 600 after the Islamics took over North Africa. That's why you have places like Egypt. That's why you have places like Egypt, Liberia. Hold up. Hey, you're talking over me. Mm-hmm. Like, that's why you have places like Egypt, Liberia, Morocco, that are mainly ran by white Turkish Arabs. to this very day, because they cleared out parts of the North Africa, and there's more than 100 million slaves that was taken out of North Africa from the year 600 to the year 1400. That Arab slave trade to this very day still continues when you go to places like Saudi Arabia, where you have Ethiopian women that's being beat to death, that's maids inside Saudi Arabia. So, and then you can look at that. You can go on YouTube and see an Ethiopian woman getting hung upside down, getting beat for not cleaning the house. To this, So, yes, at one point those white Arabs, they did have what you call Islamic converts. Which participated in part of the African slave trade.
And most of them comes from the Ethiopian Christian, and most of them come from the Ethiopian Christian kingdom. The treaty that they actually signed with those Christians and the Muslims when they started to give our people away into slavery. And it was mostly women and kids.
Well, that's because
it's an unknown.
Roman was taking over everybody anyway. But I have to drop.
When you're talking about the Roman Empire, you got to go back to the year 300.
Yeah.
That's when Constantinople.
Ethiopia was the only country that wasn't colonized.
The Roman Empire ended before Islam came onto the stage.
No, but that's what made us run into the West.
Yeah, you had blacks that lived in parts of the Middle East that ran into North Africa.
We ran from one place. Okay.
Yeah.
And you know why the Ethiopians weren't colonized? I heard somebody say the Ethiopians weren't colonized. Let me tell you why.
No, ma'am.
Because if you go back to the the time that the brother is speaking about, they entered into an agreement with the Arabs. This is why they weren't infiltrated, because they entered into agreement to pay off their debts or whatever the issues was with slaves, just like they had a lot of these Arabs when they was coming in there to attack us and was going through issues with the British and the Roman and all these different people that was invading the Arabs. So that was
the Ottoman Empire that you guys are speaking of. It's the Ottoman Empire, and that's where the Romans and the Europeans and all of them came together.
But Rome wasn't in existence when that
time. They sure wasn't. Rome wasn't.
Rome fell around the year 400.
That was a Turkish, wasn't it? The Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, the Ottoman Empire is the same, because you gotta realize when Rome fell in Italy and they moved to what you call Constantinople, and then later on they had problems with the Turks even fighting them.
Right.
Because if you look at the movie like Dracula, like that, I think one of the last movies they had Dracula where he was fighting the Turks. That's why I call him Vlad the Impaler, because he was fighting Turks and everything like that. Because they was trying to take over certain parts of Europe during that time. They were trying to take over Europe, conquer Europe during like the 1400s. But they did conquer a lot of the North African and Middle Eastern areas.
And see, most of our people is only educated on the 16th, 19th.
Hello. I have to drop off because I do gotta get up in 3 hours to take my son to school. I really appreciated this chat. I'm glad that we all agree and disagree, and by us not disagreeing, we found out more information. So this was a beautiful build for me. Hopefully I see you guys later.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, have a good rest, love, and have a safe trip taking your child to school, lovey.
Peace and stay safe.
And don't forget, I have these type of topics too on my Sugar Love page. If y'all want to join, but it's not that many people on the page.
So people, yes, ma'am, I'm already subscribed. I still will come see you. I appreciate your bill.
But listen,
I can check it out.
Go ahead, sister. All right, y'all have a great night.
You too.
Take care.
And tell him when he wake up, tell him I see him in a couple of hours.
Yeah, he do that a lot, man.
I know. Tell him because it's already like 2 o'clock. I'm like 2, 3, 4, 5. I gotta get up. All right, guys, we on the West Coast over here.
All right.
So.
All right.
Sister Nova, you got anything to say? You've been quiet.
I think Sister Nova may have fallen asleep too.
I know, right?
I do it all the time, so I can't even say nothing.
Yeah, I think I logged in the other day and I saw you on, and You was just knocked out.
Hey, yeah, I was just sitting up there. I was just sitting up there listening to y'all, honey. I was sitting up there listening to y'all. That's what I was doing. I saw you on. You was just knocked out. Hey, yeah, I was just sitting up there. I was just sitting up there listening to y'all. I was sitting up there listening to y'all. That's what
Somebody has an echo.
You was just knocked out.
Well, my family is calling me as well, so I'm going to say good night and thank you all for building. And I enjoyed everybody's spirit and interaction. Thank you.
Take care. I think Uda must be back.
Like Uda back.
Back. Right on time, you know the vibe.
They look like something happened with the chat. I don't know.
What happened?
Yeah.
It says
looks like my your embedded link is invalid. Please visit the chat settings and grab a new one. It says.
Okay, we'll figure that out. What, somebody's coming up on the link or something? Oh, when they need to refresh, you mean? Something like that?
Yeah, I tried to refresh and it says it looked like the link is invalid.
Sometimes that chat be acting up, and I'll figure it out. Let me see what time is it. I'll probably just restart a stream, probably. I don't know. I'll be figuring it out, But this was very, very good. I do want to go back in here, chop this up. Highlight all of these good points that's in here. I think it got a little friction in the end. I was on the side. I think I heard a little friction. But this is how we get this stuff. This is how we get this stuff, though, man. You know what I mean? But through these things, we build relationships with each other, and we get to know each other's temperaments because we like a big family, man. It's cousins, it's uncles, it's sisters. It's mad parts, man. So as we start these builds more and more, you know what I mean, people get more comfortable with each other, and we get to some real good matters, man. So I salute to everybody for that one. For real. Facts. I see you was like, yo, Verse, you can't come in here, fam. Yeah, he ain't wilding.
Oh, me? Like, again, no, you can't sexually harass nobody in the
bro, that's a sexual thing, brother. You wilding live sexual shit. Like, come on.
I had an older woman that left.
Right, an elderly woman. I'm like, dude, you fucking.
And do the black woman feel safe? No, they don't, brother. Not with that.
Yeah.
Come on, son. We think about the panel. We got to speak. We can speak about what we're speaking about in a way. Do we got to come on blasting and dot. I be trying to give everybody their times to speak and see how they go, man. But we not going to do it in a certain way, man. Everybody's doing that already on internet, man. I got other channels. We can go over there and we can do that. You can't do that shit everywhere on the internet, man. We raising kids out here. Some people don't have kids, so they don't care. But I do. You know what I mean? I do. So I care. So we got to be on some shit like we care out here, man. You know what I mean? It's going to be a lot. The men going to be mad at the women. The women going to be mad at the men. Children mad at both. It's a bunch of shit. But none of that helps us right now. Point blank. That's how I feel. That shit don't help us, man.
Yeah.
We need to think constructively. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he can go join MGTOW.
For real, bro.
Yeah, I don't know what that was about. That was extra weird.
That shit is weird.
Well, that's what's going on now with a lot of women now. It's that women going your own way. You know what I mean? That's that whole thing too. It's like, just like you ask a man, say, I'm going my own way, men going their own way, and they don't want to deal with women. So where the hell are you going? So that's one of the questions. That's what reason why I asked that. Cause I wasn't trying to be nasty to anybody, but it's a question that gotta be presented to people who feel like they just want to like abandon the opposite sex and you're straight at the same time. Because I know even with the white MGTOW, they started talking about transsexual women were the perfect women. At the end of the day,
man, the leader of that dude went and got him a girlfriend, stepped down, and went and lived his happy old life. That's what I'm saying. These people, that kind of stuff. That man ran that content forever.
He
was like, I got all these cars. I made all this money. Look at all my foreign cars, and I got my woman in back.
Yeah, it was a Puerto Rican black man who started that.
No, it was a white man. It was a white man who started it, and he stepped down and got his woman and his nice cars and his millions off of these lonely ass people. Yeah. And he stepped down and said bye and got his woman and gone. So, like, what I'm saying, a whole lot of these ideologies and everything that people think and want to follow a lot of these people are just doing this stuff to make money.
Oh,
and making money off your insecurities and off the pain or whatever you're feeling. And it's unfortunate because it was a young man. I think I spoke about this before. It was a young man that was on YouTube and he was a part of that manosphere space. and he was whatever pills they take 50 of them now. So I don't know what color.
Red pills and all that kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
they take a multicolored pill. So I don't know what color pill that brother was on, but apparently it got so bad to where the brother took his own life. You know what I'm saying? So like a lot of these spaces are toxic. And when I mentioned that to a space where it was supposedly divested, because originally divested from Blackistan, divested from the toxic culture of Black people, period. Like, you know, not wanting to be involved in gang activity and things of that nature, want to be more about progressive things. But then it turned into, we don't want to have Black man babies, and that was Black boy babies, and that was just, you know, it was too much at that point. But they laughed at me for and called me all kind of names because I felt bad for that young man. It was like, it just never get that bad.
It was communities on Facebook where I was hearing like it got
it was
so
on
toxic.
Facebook. It wasn't on YouTube. It was on Facebook. Yeah.
It was so toxic. I remember, like, you know what I'm saying, like it was me and a few other sisters and a few brothers. We was putting out a lot of information to counter the stuff. Back around about 2016, you probably talking about.
I'm not sure what a young man, but I know last year is what I caught wind of it, and I remember saying that, oh man, he was a handsome young fellow. A young lady would have been happy to have him or whatever. And
they was on there talking about
for saying that, for feeling sorry for the young man because he took his own life.
Yeah, but I'm saying it was getting so toxic because I know a sister was saying that she went in one of the groups and the women were in there talking about aborting Black babies and getting doing like some spiritual thing for finances because it was getting so negative, and you don't know who the hell behind all of those little programs online. You know, you do have government plants that be online. Some of these people ain't real that's online. You know, some of these people are using voice software to sound Black and everything like that. You don't know who the hell you're talking to. You know what I'm saying? So like when things start to go contrary to what the hell your mom and your dad or the people that raised you taught you online, you're getting all this stuff where you got to reprogram yourself and you got to embody hate. You know what I mean?
Because I never seen any of the people I came online, and I was like, "Oh my goodness!"
Yeah,
you know, and even I came up in a tumultuous environment. I didn't come up the best, and I came up in the hood, like, you know, and we didn't even talk to each other like that, and there was shootings every day. So I'm like, where are these people coming from to where they have this much vitriol?
Listen, you keep doing that hate of the opposite sex too long, you're gonna end up saying, you know what, bro, all we got is us, bro.
Yeah, and you start going down this rabbit hole of emotions.
I can't find love with these women, all of them toxic and everything like that. Or you're gonna go out and find a man that's dressed up, you know what I'm saying? You have to go and go to transgender route because you want the male mind with the woman. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of it could get so toxic that you may be doing things in the end of your hate that that was really your nature. You know what I'm saying? Not to say that I'm not talking about the LGBT, but I'm saying you may have not been hardwired to be like that, but because of your hate, you feel like this is the closest thing you're gonna get to perfect.
Or this space, you know, or those type of spaces end up consuming you after a while. Like, you know, it becomes an echo chamber of just negativity, and you just bouncing these hateful ideals around with each other, and you just start falling further and further down this rabbit hole. And unfortunately, I hope it never happens to another person, but, you know, you may end up like the young man, you know, who think all hope is lost, and he end up taking his own life because of social media, basically, like, you know, and being around those spaces. And it's shameful. And we got to, especially young people, especially we're older than these young people, that because most of them are like, what, 20, 25. The ones that's like 50 years old, they lost it, you know, there's no saving nobody that's like, you know, over in their 50s or whatever, and grandparents and everything like that. If they think that way, they're going to think that way, and their mind is pretty much made up. But like younger people has to have a better example and an alternative to all of this hate.
Yeah, and what you're saying is in essence, don't let nobody take your hope away, man. You know, because like as long as you're living, a better day can always happen. You know what I'm saying? Something positive can always happen. You might meet that person that you always been waiting for your whole life. That can happen as long as you have the window of hope open, or that door of hope open in your mind. But if once you close that off and you feel like all hope is lost, it's depression, it's overeating,
Or on the other side, someone willing to say a kind word to somebody.
Yeah.
You know, you see somebody going through something, like just a simple word of like, keep your head up, brother. All hope isn't lost or whatever. That can make somebody's whole day.
Yeah.
You know, but we have to be willing to speak words of encouragement to each other and not let's, be just consumed with all this hate and back and forth and tit for tat, basically, because half the people don't mean what they're saying. They're just trying to one up the other one in the conversation. You know what I'm saying?
And
Who can be the meanest in the conversation?
Too.
Yeah, and who could be the meanest? Like, you say this one thing, okay, you hurt my feelings, so I'm going to say something even worse to hurt yours, and it spirals out of control. You know, and now it becomes like a culture of this type of thing. When it all started off as just maybe just one beef between two people, and now it's a whole culture of this stuff, and it's starting to get ridiculous, and it's hurtful.
Yeah, and like it's like, these people that are kind of like well known, to them this is just entertainment in a way, a cash grab.
Like I said, they running a check.
Yeah. And the thing is, I'm not on YouTube right now trying to monetize at this point. You know what I'm saying? So like these kind of panels, like that's why I come on the smaller panels more than anything, because I feel like that's where the rubber meets the road. The real people are who really are looking for something edifying. You know what I'm saying? From what they can hear online. You know what I'm saying? And hear real people talk. Because on those bigger platforms, what they're doing, that it's it's designed. If you start making too much of a good point that's contrary to what they're trying to put out, they're gonna shut you down. They're gonna ridicule you. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna try to dox you or whatever. They're gonna try to break your spirit. If once you try to get on those things, so you just have to be aware. And it's like in these chats, they're small, but I feel like as long as we can put the word out that there's some hope for individuals, that we're actually saving Black people when we give them hope. You know what I mean? Because I understand your pain. Like for the women out there that was on here tonight, they have pain and they have a lot of hurt that's going on. Hey, trust me, I understand. I went through a lot of pain myself. I went through some pain to the point where I felt like it was better to just give up. Like, fuck it, God, come take it. You know what I'm saying? I don't even care no more. And when I was in my early 20s, I went into a little depression. But the thing is, I had a spiritual experience one time in my life. And I said, well, I actually felt like death was coming, and I panicked. And I said, I looked out my window and I seen a light. And I said, well, God, is that you? I said, well, damn. And also, I didn't say damn, but I said, am I dead? He said, that's not for, and the voice I heard said, that's not for you to worry about. That's all. That's the only thing that's the only direct voice I heard from a higher power was, it's not for you to worry about your death and your demise and your negativity, your end and all that. It doesn't matter while you're living. You get what I'm saying? As long as you're living, you have that gift of redemption. You have that gift of having something great going on in your life. You know what I mean? And so, like, it's not to say that your pain ain't valid, because I understand where a lot of the sisters are coming from. It's like, we're trying to tell you, brothers, that our pain, we're going through things. We're suffering. And then like people come out with, all kind of counter arguments. Oh, y'all ain't this and y'all ain't that, y'all lock up the da. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, a lot of times people want to just know that their pain and what they're going through is valid. When I
understand them, right?
Yeah, when I dealt with individual, I was a personal trainer for a couple of years, and one of the main things I was very good at helping people lose weight because I understand the mindset of feeling trapped, the mindset of being alone. Because you know what I'm saying, being alone, being broke or whatever it may be. And just saying, like I told him, what I'm saying, I just used the Bible scripture. And it was like what John the Baptist said, someone shouting in the desert, get the road ready for the Lord. Every hill and valley need to be leveled off and the rough ways made smooth. Then thou shalt see the coming and salvation of the Lord. I'm not trying to preach to the non-religious, but it's a parable to say that if you want that higher frequency in your life, you're gonna have to do a lot to move things.
You have to do some work too. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta do some work if you want the most high or whoever you call it in your life to come through to make a better day and better life for you. You know what I'm saying? So like, and that was the essence and the reason why I asked Uda, you know what I'm saying, hey, let's do this stream on this topic, because the thing is, I understand pain. You know what I mean? I understand what you may be going through, and you want to be validated. The thing is, yes, you're validated, but at the same time, you don't fit. It's life ain't over. You know what I'm saying? Even Brandy said that. You know what I'm saying? Broken hearted, life ain't over. You can start again. You feel me? You can start again. The world is abundant. You know what I mean? You gotta have, when you thinking about abundance and being of having wealth, love, or whatever that you seek in your life that you feel like it's gonna make you happy, you gotta think with an abundant state of mind, and you gotta remove a lot of the hate and negativity that can get in the way of, you know, saying you going to that place of self-actualization and being what some people call in the conscious community your higher self. It does exist. You know,
right, I was always told a closed fist can't receive anything.
Yeah. So, you know, and that's the whole thing, you know, like I want everybody to know, like, you know what I'm saying, whatever you've been through in life and that pain and the hurt and everything is valid, but you also got to go back and look at, okay, what mistakes have I done? What mistakes I've done? What did I overlook out of convenience because I was lonely? You know what I'm saying? I had met the physical woman of my dreams earlier this year, and when I found out she was on drugs, hey, have a nice day. You feel what I'm saying? And she was so like, wow, like, hey, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna bring toxicity into my life. You know what I mean? I'm very, like, once you get to a point of being happy with yourself, you're gonna say, hey, you gonna see all the red flags, because why? You gonna see
the last thing you want to disturb is your peace. Once you find
we got peace already. I'm like, listen, I need somebody to help me have more peace. I need someone to help me to have more peace in my life, instead of bringing confusion because they think they're cute. You know what I'm saying? Or they and the women, if the dude think you gangster or you got swag or whatever it is, if you can see a person bringing confusion in your life, hey, you know what I'm saying, and you compromising from the beginning, you know what I mean? You know, you making a fatal mistake from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? You're making a very fatal mistake from the beginning.
No, I agree. Uda, are you up? Sister Dobo?
Yes. You had a question for me?
No, I just wanted to know if you want to add anything. And you've been quiet for the most part.
Oh no, I just been listening, honey. I'm just listening and absorbing. I learn a lot by listening to people. I really do. I learn a lot. I mean, sometimes I just don't want to talk a lot because I'm listening and I'm learning as I'm listening. You know what I mean? So I don't really have anything to add to the conversation other than, you know, I have a black male friend, just a friend. So I feel comfortable around black men. I feel comfortable around black men, you know, knowing that, you know, I live in some horrible times. I know that these are, you know, some very terrible times in which I live. And with that being said, I have to be careful, you know, when I go out, when I'm, you know, just out and about, you know, just in my daily walk or in my daily routine or whatever I'm doing in life. You know, I just know that, you know, people, you know, a lot of people, they just don't have good intentions. You know what I mean? And you have to keep that in mind, especially as a woman navigating in this society. You have to keep in mind that a lot of people don't have good intentions for you. You know, you may have 1 out of 10 people, okay, that you run across that got some good intention for you. But baby, you know, you just got to understand that you know, as a woman, a black woman in this society, and you know, as a woman, period, even if I wasn't black, you know, I just feel like there are some wolves out here. There are many wolves out here, okay?
Yeah.
Many of them are wolves in sheep's clothing, and therefore you have to be mindful of even the wolves in sheep's clothing. A lot of them can't be trusted either, okay?
Yeah, you can't be gullible out here. Yeah.
Keep that in mind, because it's a lot of folks, you know, like, you know, I can say that at my church, we ain't dealing with pedophiles in our church. Okay. I wish I could say that for every church in America. You know, I wish I could, but unfortunately I can't, you know, because the truth of the matter is, you know, it's some pedophiles even in the Christian community we have to contend with. I mean, I'm talking about, you know, we talking about pedophiles in the conscious community. Honey, there are some pedophiles in the Christian community that we have to contend with, you know. And you know, I just recently reclaimed my faith. You know, I decided to reclaim my faith. You know,
well, congratulations.
But I'm gonna tell you, yeah, thank you. But I'm gonna tell you, I understand. Even right now, you know, as a Christian, you know, Christians are under persecution. Christians are under persecution all around the world right now. Okay, and I surmise that things are not going to get any better in this country, especially, you know, with this socialist agenda that President Biden
talk about it
implement right now. So I surmise that things are going to get a lot worse, especially for poor people in this country, you know, because right now he wants to mess with the First Amendment. That is,
he's taking away civil liberties.
Yes, ma'am. That is not good for Black people, especially for poor people in this country, whether you're Black, white, Asian, Hispanic,
right?
Cuban,
becoming poor against the rich.
It's not good for anybody.
Like it matter no more like that. It's poor against the rich right now.
Exactly. So I just feel like right now, because, you know, right now I'm gonna tell you, you know, yeah, I'm gonna say that these are the last days, you know, and I'm not saying the end of the world. That ain't, you guys. I'm not saying it's the world is just going to end in 2 or 3 years now.
I want to point out one thing it said in the Bible. It says the end of the world as we know it.
Yes, ma'am. And
it never says the end of the world. It's the end of the world as we know it.
Exactly.
I always like to emphasize that point, that part of Revelation, that part of that verse. As you know it. It didn't say the world gonna end like we're gonna blow up and, you know, disintegrate. It's gonna be the end of the world as we know it. It's not gonna function the same.
Yes, ma'am. And I will say, you know, we're at the end of this age. I'll just say that we're at the end of this age. Okay, before there will be a completely new renovation. I just say that, a new renovation. Okay, so I guess y'all understand what I'm saying when I say that.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I hope y'all understand what I just said. Okay. But baby, I feel like right now, this president, I didn't vote for his ass. I'm just saying, I didn't vote for him or Kamala, and I didn't vote for Trump either. But I'm gonna tell you,
I abstained to vote last time. I didn't even vote.
I unsubscribed once he said, "You ain't Black if you don't vote for me." That whatever phrase he said, that's the most racist thing I ever heard in my life. That you said on the national Black syndicated radio show. I'm like, and Black people were like, he ain't lying. I'm like, what you mean he ain't lying?
As soon as he said that, I'm like, I'm like, oh no!
I'm turning my voter. I unsubscribed immediately. I'm like, I'm undesignated. I'm nonpartisan. I vote for policy. I'm not a part of anybody's party. I vote for policy only.
I hear you. I hear
some stuff like that because I knew it was going to be some smoke in the city because how he was behaving and how it was a lot of things that was happening during the elections that they were pandering to, and I'm like, this just don't seem right. They wearing kente cloths, kneeling and all that. They preaching this emotionalism. Yeah, when I saw that, I was like, what kind of mess is this?
That was all a facade, honey. That was all for show.
Man, it was so demonstrative, and I'm like, they treating us like we caricatures.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
I couldn't take it. I was like, they act like we kid. It was so it angered me, and I was so upset with the whole election process. I knew that guy was gonna be like that, and they were like, well, he said he's sorry for being racist. Ain't no 80-year-old man gonna be sorry if he's been racist his whole life. He's gonna be that way. Exactly. He gonna change his ways.
Honey, that's a live devil, y'all.
It don't even make common sense.
That's a live devil we looking at. No, I'm serious. I am so serious when I said it. I said it. I said the president is a live devil, and I'm gonna leave it at that. Okay.
So even Trump called him that.
Oh, yeah,
like he said, I'm the most I'm the least racist person on this stage, and looked at him, and Biden ain't said nothing.
Yeah, but that's all I had to say, you guys. I was just thinking,
I can talk
just
politics
sitting here thinking,
I like politics.
learning, as I'm listening to you guys.
And that's a very wise thing, to be able to listen.
Yeah.
It's very wise sometimes just to be quiet. And when I was a child, my parents didn't even think I spoke a lot. I did more listening than anything. And now I'm like a family historian because I remember what people said. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And also it helps preserve the culture and what's going on, and it also makes you better at being non-biased when you hear arguments or hear when people are talking and expression. Because like tonight, what I had to realize with some of the sisters on here is that it's some pain, it's some bad experiences, you know what I mean, that's going on, and who am I to invalidate, their experience?
Right. You can't come up and just say somebody wrong because they actually experienced something. They experience this, and this is what they feel. Everybody can kind of be right at the same time, if you know what I'm saying, if this is what they're experiencing, and we all live in different parts of the country. So who is anybody to say that, oh, you lying? No, because these and this and this and that, and it got to be ridiculous at one point. And I'm glad the other brothers got kicked off because everybody else on the panel was pretty respectful, mature, and immaturity. It got to be too much for me. I can't stand that. But
yeah, I mean, the thing is with that, when guys do that, that's just a cry for attention. I remember back in the day,
I've seen that good brother on many panels everywhere. He's always there and he's behaving the same way.
Yeah. No, but I remember like back in the day when I first started going out, like Urban League used to have like teen nightclub night, whatever, right? Mm-hmm. And you had the guys dancing with the girls all night, and then you had the guys that don't know how to talk to girls. They started fights in the little thing. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
You talk about
and they want the girls to talk about, oh, I see Ray Ray fight Bobo. You know what I mean? That's all they want is to say Ray Ray and Bobo got in the fight last night. And you know what I'm saying? And then some girls come up there asking what happened. You know what I mean? Because they don't know how to talk to women. Some dudes are just
they want standing on the wall looking mean at everybody.
Yeah, just looking mean and trying to look over thuggish and whatever. You know what I'm saying? And they try to they be the ones outside the club fighting, pulling out guns and everything like that because they don't have.
But a lot of those young men are going through stuff at home.
Yeah.
Now, what made me really think about this, because I'm a survivor of abuse and whatnot, and about the brother Hassan Campbell, and his demeanor, and the things that he mentioned that he went through. When I noticed a pattern of young men who went through similar instances, they tend to have that overly aggressive behavior, and maybe that's how they're dealing with it. So a lot of the times, I think a lot of this aggression and overtly aggressive behavior comes from things that maybe have happened, victimization
as young boys,
like something that happened in the home. Because we talk about Black women molestation and everything all the time, but we don't talk about the other side, because children get molested, period, no matter the gender. You know what I'm saying? We just don't like to talk about it. Or it was a lot of guys who thought that they had enough swag to land this 30-something-year-old woman, and they was 14. Like, no, don't no kid. She was a predator. Don't no kid have enough swag to pull no. You don't have nothing for this woman.
Yeah, even women violating little boys can drive them crazy. Because I know little boys. Because it was this prostitute, looked like a stripper back in the day when I was like 12. Mm-hmm. And her whole thing is she liked to get the little boys in the neighborhood to come to her house.
See?
And it was rumored that she had the package. You know what I'm saying?
See?
So, and the guys was going, like little boys going there. Every last one of them, like, did a minimum 15 years in prison. Every last one of them that I know that went to our house. It drove them crazy. And
it mostly stunts you.
Yeah.
And when we were mentioning Arrested Development, that's one of the causes of it. I wish we would have, when the sisters was on the panel, that we could have got into it, because I wanted to actually go into that part of it, but everybody had to get their things out.
Yeah, and also drug abuse too, like early drug abuse. They say like when people start doing drugs, say if you start drugs at 15, a lot of times some people they stay locked in to that point of where they first started doing drugs their whole life. You know what I mean? They never graduate in their mind from being 15. They still view the world like a 15-year-old, just like some guys go to prison for 20 years when they're like 18 years old or 17. They get out of prison a lot, and I heard some other people talk about that on other panels, where they get out and they still have a mind of a 17-year-old. Oh, okay, that was you. Yeah, so that's real, because this guys go to prison, they don't know how to drive a car at 50, getting out of prison doing 20 years, or 30 years or whatever. They don't know how to drive cars. They don't know how to do a lot of things. They may learn a few trades in jail, but what happens is sometimes even with guys that get out of jail, they do they 18, 19, 20, they go to prison, they get out 31 years old, you know what I'm saying, still got a little youth in them, but they don't know how to function properly.
Yeah, because they didn't go through the same growing points as people like outside of prison. They were just used to this one system. It's a system that's just repeated, like a routine system that's going through. They're not going through any stages of life like normal people. So they didn't have their like first kisses, or if you get locked up when you're extremely young, or their first be able to get their first car, or be able to do this, or be able to do those type of things. Your different growing points that you hit when you become wise, and it teaches you levels of maturity. They didn't have a chance to go through that, so they are stunted because they didn't grow properly, and maybe we can make this statement. You think it's fair to make the statement that trauma in general kind of causes arrested development, because it seems like even with people with different types of trauma, it seems that when trauma happens, you can say with a drug addict, a person who went to prison, what the bam, but soon as that trauma happens, you kind of mentally get stuck there. You think that's a fair assessment to make? Yeah,
it is, and that's why I talk about. That's why I mentioned that going beyond the fear, because sometimes what happens when you realize when you start to realize sometimes what's stunting me from being a better man or a better woman, it's your trauma and your phobias, your fears. You know what I'm saying? And then, like I got in a car accident. And then after that I got in a bad car accident when I was 23 years old. And after that car accident, I refused to drive for 3 years. You know what I mean? And then
I'm here.
Yeah. And then I was walking home from work 5 a.m. or catching buses, and I had about $40,000 in the bank. You know what I'm saying? So I had more than enough money to buy whatever I wanted to buy. But what happened was I had to say, I got to get over this phobia.
It is a phobia. You got anxiety. It became a phobia. Yeah. So,
So, that's what I'm saying. I understand. I understand. And it could be the same thing in relationships. You think you met the person of your dreams, and then they flip out on you, and they beating you, or some guys getting police called on them, or whatever. The women getting beat, raped, or somebody trying to creep in your child's room. You find out, and it breaks your heart. You know,
and it traumatizes you, and you're very much reluctant to get into the same situation again. So you're really looking at and going through people with a fine-tooth comb, in order to not have to go through that again. And it's understandable, because who wants to go through that type of thing twice?
Yeah, like I had people call me 3 a.m. talking about they finna commit suicide.
Oh man.
You know what I'm saying? And the thing is, how do you deal with that? You have to first validate their trauma, validate their pain. They just want to know that, really, a lot of times they just want to know I'm not alone in this hurt. You know what I'm saying?
That's why they reached out to you in the first place, right?
Yeah, they want to know they're not alone. And so that's why I said when I hear people talk, I understand like it's gonna come out of that place of trauma, pain, that fear, lack, doubt, limitation. You know what I'm saying? All of these negative emotions. You know what I'm saying? Even hate. You know, there's a lot of darkness that's going on. And the thing is, when a person feels like they're not alone, they feel better. Like that's how a lot of these cults happen. Like we were talking about MGTOW. A lot of the guys, they go through a bad breakup with a girl, and when he been used and finessed and all that, and then he hears something like MGTOW where they just dogging women all day. Women are just the pain of existence, and they're parasites and all that stuff. So he'll sit there and listen to it like, man, in his pain, he feel like I'm not alone in my pain.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's how the cults actually develop. It's by actually presenting a utopia of brotherhood, sisterhood. You know what I mean?
Cults, gangs.
Yeah.
A lot of these groups that
they all are created. The central point is trauma bonding. You know what I mean? It's trauma bonding. You know, because when you go join that gang, you feel like if you grow up without a father, you got OGs that's 30-year-old dudes with guns, motorcycles, you know what I'm saying? Beautiful women.
In a sense of someone who has your back.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people miss that feeling, especially when you go through trauma and there's no one there for you. You are longing for someone just to have your back and to hear you out and to validate what you're saying and to, say that you belong with us or whatever, and we'll look after you. And that's what a lot of people are looking for. So those type of elements can capture someone easily because they can see you wayward. You ain't, especially if you don't have somebody got your back. That's how predators get the children. That's how, like, you know what I'm saying? They go after that whole segment of people.
Yeah, and I also want to go into another segment of society is commercialization of relationships. You know what I mean?
Expound on that. What do you mean by commercialization of relationships?
Whereas it's how society and businesses run. It's always it's based upon a consumer society. So, so
like the start of how the diamond became the wedding ring or whatever because it's all commercialization and
like you want to show your friends like, look how big this ring is. Oh, this is so and so many carats and this is platinum. You know what I mean? Oh, this is 24. This is 18K. This is not 14K. This is 24K. You know, he got me pearls, and that's like, okay, you can show your friends that dude loves you by commercialization. He can actually buy you. He can actually show that he can prove his love through these products. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like you went Valentine's Day too.
Yeah. And the same thing with like, the clothing, like with the women, you know what I'm saying, with the clothing, like those high heels and stuff like that, how expensive like some of those red bottoms was, and R and
I'm about to say word for R.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm not a female, so
I'm about to say the one honey, a pair of black pumps is $1,500.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like if you in the game to really show off, because it's a game. A lot of girls, they be doing competition on Instagram, like what they got on, what this dude bought me, all that kind of stuff. And it replaces love. It replaces the real thing that what you're really looking for. What most people don't, whether they know it or not, they're looking for, like you said, belonging. Actually, to really love somebody.
Yeah, people want to belong, but people long for community.
Yeah,
or they feel like they belong somewhere. Everybody wants to belong somewhere, whether it's a family. If you didn't have a family or whatever, have that sense of belonging. That's why people that have families and people get upset with people that pushes family, but it gives that child a sense of belonging and a set of people that love them. So when they go out into the world, they're not looking for that outwardly, and they may fall into the wrong element because they didn't have it coming up.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. But even when I go back to commercialization of these relationships, it goes so far as to the point where, like, romance, like going out on dates, going out to certain places and dates and things like that. That's why they don't promote. Like, if you notice, they don't promote the love songs like they used to promote back 20 years ago.
Do they make them?
You know, it really don't. Like, look at the chick Chloe Bailey. You know, she's an excellent singer, but you know, she's pretty much, you know what I'm saying, got stripper gear on right now. You know what I'm saying? Like in the 90s, she wouldn't be dressing like that. She'd be looking like Brandy or something. You know what I mean? She'll be another Brandy or something.
Yeah, I did notice the shift, and it's unfortunate. It really
like
is.
If you remember Brandy when she first came out, she was presented as a young woman.
Yeah, she had her braids.
Yeah.
And she wore jeans and her flannel shirts, the whatever, and she wanted to be down. And we all did the little dance at the talent show.
Yeah, the only one that was kind of turned out was Aaliyah. I mean, that's just keeping it real. You know what I'm saying? And you see the backstory behind that.
Right, but she went through it. It was a sad thing about Aaliyah. Her people facilitated all of that.
Yeah.
I think it was the uncle. The parents gave it to the uncle who knew R. Kelly in the first place, and you know what I'm saying, kind of sold that girl off. And it didn't even seem like she was around kids her age, because I was the young person watching Aaliyah. She wasn't that much older than I was, but I thought she was older because we never saw her around children. You never saw her around kids. So when it came out, she was 14. I'm like, she's 14. We all thought she was 18 or 19 years old.
I remember when she got married. I think Aaliyah probably the same age as me. I think she might be 1 year older than me. I think. Because I think
R. Kelly was sleeping with the mother and the daughter. That was crazy when I heard that.
Yeah.
Who? Which one? The mother? What mother and daughter?
R. Kelly was sleeping with Aaliyah's mother.
I didn't know that he was messing with her mother too.
Yeah.
My sister met R. Kelly. My sister met R. Kelly. I met R. Kelly in the year 2000 when they had the Super Bowl here in Miami, and I was a big fan of R. Kelly back then, and I saw R. Kelly and I was like, oh, because you go to celebrity, it had those celebrity. It was a football player named Bruce Smith. He was a big time defensive tackle, defensive end back in the day for the Buffalo Bills. So he threw a party in Miami. I was at that party. I met Usher, Foxy Brown, Ray Lewis, you name it. You name the celebrity of that time. They was pretty much.
Oh yeah, you was able to go to the club when they was out. Okay.
Yeah. No, my sister dated Ray Lewis for a short time.
Oh, got it.
Yeah. So so we was down there. She was in a courtroom. If you look at the old video with him in the courtroom, she was the woman in the white dress. That was her. But so we was in there and all the celebrities, they were cool. Like Usher was real. Me and Usher danced with a girl together at the same time, right? But when we came with R. Kelly, I said, "Oh shit, that must be R. Kelly right there, right?" And my sister asked me, said, "Well, ask him, is he R. Kelly?" So my sister wanted to know, is your dude over there R. Kelly, because he had an entourage. And the dude went on one of his flunkies went on and asked him, say, yeah, Then he came back to me, and me and my sister and said, yes, it is R. Kelly. And he wants to know, do you want to go half on a baby?
My goodness.
Straight up. That's how you talk to women. I'm like, damn, bro, like you could be a little more, it's your fans, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like,
now, dude, like that, like just
I met him personally, and I know the guys at Creek, and I loved his. I thought he was one of the best musical poets ever. You know what I mean?
He's a musical genius, and a person who played music before. You know what I'm saying? I can't knock the man's talent. But then when that tape came out, I haven't listened to him or bought his stuff or anything since that tape came out. I was like, oh my, because I couldn't hear the songs the same. I'm like, oh, he's singing the babies. I can't, you hear the song, like it seemed like you ready and all that kind of stuff. You're like, oh, he's singing to a child. Like, you know what I'm saying? You hear it different than when all this stuff come out. You like, oh, I can't support this. It make my skin crawl. And then I have to no, I can't even hear it when DJs play this songs and stuff now. Like I just kind of walk out or go to the bar or whatever. I can't dance to it. None of that. I just
and another thing is he was in the closet too.
Well, he was also, like I'm saying, this unchecked sexual abuse. He's another brother who was sexually abused by his sister, I think it was, wasn't it?
He was with the girls and the little girls and the little boy. Yeah, but I'm saying as he became an adult, they say he was with the little boys too. So
yeah. I mean, he did have unnatural sex with little boys as well as little girls, but I know that his older sister abused him. Now I think he might have been also raped by male relatives as well. I think he might have been raped by male relatives. Yeah.
But if he have an affinity for little boys and touch little boys, more than likely he was touched by a man.
Exactly.
I've had a lot of gay men coming out stories that I've been privy to, and a lot of that has to do with a lot of have been sexually abused by men. Yeah. A lot of their stories. Yeah, and they feel comfortable enough telling me, so I never, share their names, but it's a lot of them. It's some of them that, they had a twinkle in their toes since they came out, but it's a lot of them that were sexually abused by men when they were younger, and they ended up that way,
Yeah, I've heard the majority of gay black men, I've heard their story. They have a rape in there somewhere, what I mean? But and that's my personal experience. I'm not trying to say everybody, you know what I mean? But the whole thing is, another thing with families, we have to make sure that the children, when you have cousins and all that stuff and those little family events, and them kids, if it's one kid being sexually abused, they'll go through the family trying to abuse other children.
Yeah.
And the children, poor child got to sit across from the predator at Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah.
And nobody's just don't sit on Uncle so and so lap. Like, no, he need to be out.
No, it be that little cousin that's already being touched, and that cousin want to spend the night. He or she will always want to spend the night at somebody's house. So my family said we don't do spending the night. There ain't no spending the night, because you get, it's because like even when
that poor kid want to spend the night all the time because he don't want to go. They don't want to go through what they're going through at home, so they don't want to be there.
No, I'm saying the kid that's being abused a lot of times.
The kid that's being abused, yes, they want to spend the night out because they don't want to be at home.
No, but while they're there, a lot of times they're abusing the other children. They're introducing them to experiences they didn't know. A lot of women I know who experienced lesbian experiences, it started at a young age, very young age, where their cousin spent the night. You know what I mean? And they were introduced to that type of thing. You know what I'm saying? This is what women have told me. And so I'm not trying to say everybody, but I'm saying this is what I've been told by people and by women, you know what I'm saying, who have certain desires. So, and the thing is, my parents.
Go ahead, finish.
No, you go ahead. No, I was just gonna say my parents. That's why we had a thing where we couldn't spend the night.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna tell you. I was sexually molested when I was 5 years old. But I didn't, thank goodness I didn't go on to do it to nobody else. I'm just
saying, no, I'm not trying to blame
but
the victim.
Yeah, I'm just I was just telling you
my experience. When I was 11, so
that happened to me back in the late 1970s. You know what I mean? So, as far as I can remember, pedophilia has been really rampant in Black communities. I'll say going all the way back to post Civil War. I just say that post Civil War.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just gonna say that. Yeah. Pedophilia has been really rampant in Black communities, Black families since the post Civil War. Okay. And y'all know when the post Civil War is. Okay. So, I will say that
during the Reconstruction era.
Unfortunately, I will say, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to take you back to plantations. Okay, what happened to us, our people on the plantations? I'm gonna have to go back.
Well, this is very relevant, though.
I know people don't want to hear the word slavery and what happened to Black males and Black women's and Black girls and Black boys on the plantation. But
no, this is a very relevant argument to make when you bring on slavery because of what happened.
But you gotta speak your truth, because we do have some programming from there.
Yeah. So it's it's a major issue, in our community, in our families, and we have to address it because, as you can see, It's done got worse. Okay, it done got worse. And I feel like, you know, even despite the laws, the current laws that we have now on the books that prohibit pedophilia, you know, well, you know, child marriage still exists in the United States. Child marriage is still, you know, in many states right now. Children can be married. Children we're talking about. So, you know, I feel honestly, at some point in this nation's history, I feel like a lot of the states are going to legalize pedophilia. Okay, I'm gonna put it out there.
That's where it's going.
Okay, I'm gonna put it out there. Yeah. And, you know, it may not be legalized on the federal level, but I truly, honestly think and believe that at some point that many states are going to start legalizing pedophilia. And that's going to be that's going to be the breaking point.
That's going to be the breaking point. I think the LGBTQ people are fighting against it because they're trying to attach that to them.
Yeah.
Try to add the P onto their label. They like, hey, wait a minute.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's always we not
trying to mess with no babies now. We talking about adult consensual sex. Like, we not trying to add these babies on. Like, what y'all trying to attach this on to us for?
Yeah, but when you hear terms like pansexual, and you have people admitting to that, and I've seen online there are women admitting to be pansexual. That means all sexual fetishes.
A lot of people don't even know what these terms mean. They just
pan means all. I mean, they open to everything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when you start talking about that, I mean that includes some kids.
But a lot of them express to me, and what I see a lot of them expressing online, and including the pansexuals, they don't want that label attached on them because they're not trying to mess with nobody's kids.
Well, if you came in pan, then you mean all sexual.
I think they want to exclude children on that. I think they talking about they just mess with men and women, and they see men and women as one.
That's called bisexual.
Gender, what the bam? They're basically bisexual, but they just do another label on it. I'm not too versed on it, but I'm pretty sure that they're not the ones that I talk to. They don't include children in none of that. They just think it's
if there's somebody, but if someone's saying that, do you think that they would actually disclose to a layman? You know what I'm saying? If they have those kind of like ideologies in secret?
No, just like some people. A transsexual person won't admit the feelings that they really don't feel like a woman inside, and they a whole man. They just want access to women's spaces to do whatever they want to do. Like, the gentleman who posed as a woman and went into the spa and exposes genitals to it was a young lady in there.
6-year-old girl, Korean.
Little girls was in there. Yeah,
there was little girls in there enjoying the spa with their mothers, and he just came in there swinging footloose and fancy free, and they had an issue with that, and they were all mad at the woman for saying something, and saying that she was wrong for saying that they don't have the right to exclude this person, this penis carrying person, from their safe space. And that's what I'm saying. Like, that whole movement is starting to take women's rights away. Now, I'm a former athlete. I ran track and I played basketball. What disheartens me, makes my heart heavy, is some of these guys, because you can't regulate what this is. Because anybody can throw in a wig and say I'm a woman, and then get just access to a space. It seemed like it's no testing. It's no if you've been this way for X amount of time, what the bam, or if you got the full surgery, you don't even have to have the full surgery. None of that. It's a guy who in high school, the boy sucked. He was like 139th place. I believe it was high school or college. No, it was high school because it was high school. He placed 139th with the man. All of a sudden, the next year he was a woman and he started kicking the girl's ass, running track. And now he could be taking away these girls' scholarships and all that. Talking about some, he take it, what I'm saying, and run for like Tennessee State or something like that as a whole man. And who's to say that, and then they come out, and some of them come out and say like, oh, I'm a transsexual lesbian. I'm like, wait a minute, what does that even mean? You became a woman to like what? Okay, so you lying. So it seems like you lying. You to me, that's what I'm saying. Like, how was even possible? You did a reverse Uno card on the whole thing.
Wow. That's crazy right there.
I mean,
but in Florida, it's
outlawed. Make pedophilia a sexual orientation. We can't We can't let them do that.
No, we can't let that. And I'm glad that their community is going to help fight with that too. The majority of them in that community, they're going to help fight with that too. So I don't think we have to worry.
Yeah, I've seen a white woman advocate for pedophilia on the TED Talk. Yeah, talking about it's people's natural feelings and all that kind of, you know.
Oh yeah.
I said that's how they start. They get somebody with that soft voice. Yeah, they get somebody with that soft voice to get up there to try to make it like, oh yeah, well, it's scientific, you know, yeah, all that little bullshit. Yeah, they get a woman to do it first, you know.
Yeah, once we say it's okay, then it must be okay for everybody. Like, no, ma'am.
Yeah, it's a TED Talk. Like, and I think Alex Jones, he did a thing on it about a couple of years back, where he was showing how there was gearing people up for pedophilia in the future.
Oh, they make children sex dolls now.
Oh, they've been had that. That's a big thing in Japan.
Mm.
And them Japanese, well, I ain't gonna say that's
right. No, that will curb the urge.
Don't they have child brothels in Japan? Don't they have child brothels in Japan?
Oh, I'm not sure. I know they have the doll. I know they have a doll brothels in Japan, where the men go sleep with a doll that look like a kid.
Wow.
And so, you know, that's why I be telling people, man, that's all that hate that could take you to next thing you know, you sleeping with a goddamn mannequin. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, have you seen the videos of the guys married to the mannequins?
Yeah. So those guys be like, see, a lot of the guys be MGTOW and they be so traumatized that they rather lay up with an inanimate object and play make believe.
I know it, but they have a whole group of people, a whole echo chamber that supports them instead of trying to get these people help. And you see this person is hurting, and you just rather point the finger and laugh at them and all this kind of stuff. While you tell them, yeah, brother, go ahead and do it, and behind his back, you like, this nigga crazy, like, you know what I'm saying? People need help, and you got to be more concerned about humanity. People don't care about humanity anymore.
It's that corporate thing where you're like when I worked in corporate America, it was like people if you were weak and you're in management, and if you're in the management, your job was to get the weak out, regardless of.
I don't see human nature not to be. Harsh or whatever.
It's a color.
That's human nature. You're supposed to kind of get rid of the weak because it will poison the rest of everybody.
Because you got to like that's
nature. Period.
Like I like, you know, some of the women were online, and I know that some women were dealing with a lot of hurt, and I just want to say it. But when you live in people have a capitalistic state of mind in America, and so it's all about. It's all about.
You kind of stepping on my toe because I love business. I'm a business person.
Yeah, but it's all about steamrolling. You know what I'm saying? The weak, and if you holding on to hurts and pains, and you ain't trying to do any kind of self-improvement to stay relevant, time and this society especially is good for steamrolling your feelings. You know what I'm saying? And
no, business don't care about feelings. Business don't care about feelings whatsoever.
Oh no, they don't. And that's
what no place there.
Yeah, it has no place in. And the thing is, that's why I was like, you know, that's why it's up to you to do a lot of self actualization when it comes to working on yourself, finding out what issues do I have, why do I find myself in certain situations. Because like when I went into certain workspaces, and every time I joined a job or whatever corporation I succeeded, was because of the fact that I modeled myself after the person that's winning. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And the thing is, I beat myself up a little bit if I'm not on that level, you know. So over time I'm that guy. You know,
but it gives you something to push for though too. Like it's a goal to achieve. So like, you know, while you're doing that, it's definitely a positive goal to have. Like I'm gonna aim for the top guy, and you know, all those attributes or whatever, I'm going to attain those, and you go hard after it. But I mean, you can shoot for the moon if you land on stars. You still all right. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But it's just like that movie Arnold Schwarzenegger did years ago called Pumping Iron. I don't know if it was one of the bodybuilding, powerlifting, or bodybuilding things, and it was like telling like one of the guys like, yeah, so and so is doing 20 sets So we're gonna do 25. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
when you
that's
see
the
your
competition.
competition, it's like, and that's how you gotta be in a capitalist society if you're gonna survive. You
And that's
gotta.
why I want to bring a point about emotionalism.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people, you know, I think we have way too much emotionalism. We can't have that. You know, I want to stress that we can't be extremely emotional, and just because somebody says something we don't like, we get all bent out of shape because you end up losing focus. You end up going off the wall. The whole like subject or whatever, you're going to derail your own self. You know what I'm saying? Because like I was saying, feelings have nothing to do with business. And right now, what we need is business skills, because we're coming upon like Sister Nova said, we're coming upon a communist socialist society.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to really bind together and stick together more than what we realize that we are. Because, say, for instance, the white folks want to pull out, say, we ain't going to give y'all niggas nothing, snatch everything. What will we have? What will we have then? If they pulled out right now and said, we're not going to butter your bread anymore, if we're going to take all our resources and divide it just amongst ourselves, what will we have?
Exactly.
Yeah,
and that's
I mean,
why
we depend on them for all our resources. We really do. We depend on them to
Yeah,
bring
that's why we got to become more
stores.
globalistic.
Yeah.
We have to get into a better mindset because life ain't playing. They ain't playing. The government not playing. We the only ones. What Craig say? You the only one running around here playing. That's us.
Yeah.
Running around laughing and joking, marching and crying and whatever, singing and praising and twerking and whatever. We are running around here playing.
Yeah, like that
And
brother got
nobody
on here
want to hit
playing.
nothing and be like, oh, well, you know, it's because the white.
Yeah.
Whoever did it, we gonna have to come up out of it because we can't keep on talking about what caused it forever, because the time really is now, because the writing is on the wall right now.
Yeah.
And if we don't get it together, then we're gonna be lost out here. We're gonna be bogus.
Yeah.
We're gonna be back to them Vegas laws.
I mean, we already looking at a critical food shortage right now. We're really looking at a
and ain't nobody got no farms, we ain't growing no food and all that. Man,
Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, even with the job I was working, I had some issues with them, and I filed some documents. You know what I mean? That's all I can say. But I realized, I say, going back to that field it could be productive for me to work at certain jobs, whatever. But because I do know what kind of future is coming, and I have a strong mathematical background and stuff like that, I said, well, I'm going back to school for computer science. You know what I mean?
You can capitalize off of that skill set yourself, can't you?
Yeah, because that's you can go anywhere globally. All I got is 2 years to do. So you can you go anywhere globally, and you got a job. You get what I'm saying? You got a job, or you can do your own thing, make your own websites, run servers, all that kind of stuff. Based upon something like that. It's a difficult degree, but at the end of the day, it will allow an individual to if you got to go to China, they would need you. If you got to go to India, you go anywhere in the world with certain things. And like when I used to work at a plant, we had the engineers. They used to come to the plant. We had the engineers, the technical people, and certain engineers, the guys that work on those machines in plants and stuff like that, and electricians. Them guys were like, well, it's time for me to go live in Canada, and they could go easily get them a $70,000 job minimum starting somewhere.
Right, with the job mindset though, can't you capitalize off your own skill set and create your own company and be able to bring that skill set to the community, or maybe either teach other people?
Yeah, but I'm saying sometimes, say if you want to work, or if you want to do your own thing, that's what we got to be. We got to have a skill set nowadays that is versatile. Well, wherever we go, we're needed. You know what I mean? And it's and those kind of skill sets. Some of them are hard. Some of them are very easy.
Well, we need us. That's what I'm saying. We need us. We don't need like the people. We don't need a brain drain. But that's what happened initially during integration, where it was a big brain drain. All of the people who had those skill sets and those doctorate and those people with the high level skills that could actually help or bring about business and tax dollars into our community left. and start paying taxes into the white communities and made them
Yeah,
rich.
but nowadays, but see, nowadays because of the internet, all kind of black people are coming together. You know what I mean? And having like these panels, we're coming together. We come from multiple parts of the country. You know what I mean? And we're coming on that accord as a digital community where there's sometimes it could be havoc. You know, like I think what happened on that Argument League show today.
And I didn't watch it earlier.
Yeah, that was just, that was just gaslighting the whole thing. But the thing is, I see these online communities, they can be helpful because, you do have black intelligentsia, that you can reach out on. I even listened to white men who was talking about improvement, what things men can do. It was a YouTuber years ago I used to listen to, and he was talking about whatever you do, always have a printer, a laptop, a desktop, a cell phone, and an iPad, because that means you always ready to do business. You don't have to go to Kinko's to print your paperwork out or whatever. You want to fly. You serious about business, you got to have the tools.
Yeah, nothing like having your own printer. Sure enough.
Yeah, have the basic tools of an office. Otherwise, you bullshit yourself. You know what I'm saying? So, and those things, like when I was going through a situation at my old job, I had to come home sometimes to type up an 8-page report on incidents. It took 8 pages to type up. And because of the advancement of computers, I remember being in college years ago, you had to type that shit. Now you can do talk text through Google Docs. You could talk text most of your documents and have it read back to you. And just go back and like edit, whatever. But it's easier now. And because of that, you know what I'm saying? Whereas years ago, that had been so difficult to do. You know what I mean? And the thing is, when you have that wisdom of having like certain things like that, every adult needs to have these basic necessities in their life. If you want to talk business, you got to have your printer, fax machine, a computer, a laptop, you know what I'm saying? And then a working car, you know what I mean? And like, if you don't have these are goals that you can attain, that you should try to attain on a basic level. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so but I believe people like you are needed like to teach these step-by-step things because other people don't know them.
Oh yeah, I was on CCCTV talking about life insurance tonight. One of the listeners' mother died. And I was talking about the importance of that. And I started noticing the viewers start going lower and lower as talking about something serious. And when you start talking about
but that's okay. Like I was telling Uda on the phone earlier, when we people don't really listen when you talk about positive stuff because people like love to hear the drama and everything like that. But once everything starts really building and we don't keep changing the conversation and we keep at what we're going at, and people see that it's working, more and more people are going to follow anyway. Because people just want to follow what works. Everybody don't want to be a part of the building process. They like, is this working? If it's working or whatever, and y'all got a system going, then yeah, they'll jump on board after that.
Yeah.
But like just doing everything, I think social media kind of ruined the culture. Even though it helps a whole lot because we were able to come together from different parts of the country and everything, and I really appreciate it. But like the like culture, like it seemed like people do what they want to do anything just for likes and validation, like what I'm saying, like I don't hear this positive stuff, so I'm just gonna get ratchet. It was not that's not even yourself. You start off positive and you just just for likes and clicks or whatever to get heard, and your message end up getting lost, and you end up in a roundabout circular argument of negativity, and you didn't even start out that way, and you lost yourself at this point, and I see a whole lot of that's what's happening too.
And you gotta realize some black men and some black women, they don't want any kind of like coming together. Just like that guy got on here start talking about the old lady breast. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was like, come on.
So some guys they realize once a lot of women wake up to what a real man, what kind of man they should be with, they ain't finna deal with no damn alcoholic drug addict. at all. That'd be the last thing. You know what I'm saying? That'd be the last thing that you ever want to deal with once you get some wisdom about men. You know what I mean? Because I'm gonna tell you something. I never trust men who drink and do drugs around kids. I don't. I'm a man. I'm 41 years old. I never seen the outcome turn out righteous with kids and men drinking. It never happens. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, if you got to see a guy with an alcoholic type of situation, he got to get help or don't deal with him. You know what I mean? Like I seen some guys smoke some weed and they all right. You know what I mean? But that drinking, you know, I think sometimes that could be a bigger demon than anything. You know what I mean?
Well, it's called spirits.
Yeah.
It's called spirits.
Yeah.
And I can't even say nothing because I kind of peddle alcohol.
Yeah, I mean,
a catering service. But like, no, it's for parties and functions and stuff, not to facilitate, you know, being drunk at home.
No, it's an abuse. When you got an abuse situation going on, you know what I'm saying? When you're abusing yourself with drugs, alcohol, or whatever it is, you know what I'm saying? It's, you know, there's a self-loathing and a self-hate that goes along with that too.
Mm-hmm.
And so every time that self-loathing and self-hate starts to come in and like, damn, man, my life is shit. And you go to the bottle for comfort. You know what I'm saying? You start hitting that bottle for comfort every time you feel more and more depressed. And so like, then it becomes a thing where you got to do it daily. You know what I mean? And so you can't really consciously get with somebody and think you can't consciously get with somebody who having issues like that and thinking that they're gonna like have love for you because they're in a state of self-loathing just by their own actions.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So, you know, I mean, I was so glad that we did this panel tonight. I thought it was kind of going left, but I'm glad it ended up you know, to this point, where we can actually have some commonality and the thing is, like I said, I think a lot of the women realize, like once the men on the panel realize, okay, hey, we understand the pain and we understand, like I can understand, like I can go into a rage, I can start thinking of things in my head and go MGTOW, you know what I'm saying, if I wanted to, and that pain is valid, but that pain should only give. I realize that the pain and but the hatred that can be a result of the pain, and if I hold on to it, what profit is going to do to me? You know what I mean? Holding on to hate.
But you're also not in a space to where a lot of people that's hurting and they go into these so quote unquote fraternity type spaces on social media. And it's like I talk about the echo chambers. It's not people that's actually trying to help one another. They're just regurgitating talking points and each other's hurt, and they're validating each other. This B did me wrong. Yeah, this B did me wrong. Yeah, they all like that. Yeah, and this B did me wrong. Yeah, it's no hope for women. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna get robots now. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Like those women actually care about your loser behind laying up with a robot. Like, come on.
And you know, to me, this all the dudes that sat by themselves at the lunch table, staring at all the cool kids, like, man, because nobody want to talk to them because they had antisocial disorders and probably stunk or whatever at school. Like, you know what I'm saying? Or, you know, you got your bunch of kids who really was just mad, socially awkward growing up or whatever, just hate that didn't nobody really want to talk to them when they didn't reach out to nobody, but nobody's there to talk to them people logically. They're all just regurgitating. They all have the same mentality, and it's just a bunch of mental illness just talking to each other. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it becomes this one big whole animal, and then they offend one whole group of people. So now it's another group of people. Now they done offended the women. So now the women done like, oh heck no. So now they done made a space. Now they regurgitating things back and forth, and making an echo chamber or whatever of all the the hatred. So now it's just this big gender war of them bashing each other and one-upping each other and saying these tumultuous things and really disgusting things to each other that I don't think none of them really mean. It's just to win whatever argument, because like people, they're not really listening. They're listening to respond, not to really understand what the other person is saying, and you just want to one up somebody, and it becomes
yeah. Like here they come with that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And that's what be going on in a lot of people's mind on panels. Like here they come with this bullshit. You know, like.
But you know, we have to start hearing each other out, though. Yeah. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's because somebody may say something you don't like, or maybe they have a different viewpoint. Yeah. But maybe they could teach you something that you never really understood, because everybody don't know everything. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You don't know everything. And somebody on they part of the world or whatever may know something more than you do. And just because they may come across abrasive, now I don't agree with disrespect and, like, you know, the expletives and everything, especially when we're on the panel and it has to be regurgitated to the world and all that. But as far as, like, you know, the viewpoints, if the brother Bullet Gotti wanted to make a point, you know, and without all the expletives and, you know, and everything, like, you know, we probably could have built on whatever he was trying to say. You know, but unfortunately, you know, he has a little bit more.
Secretly, you got women that will reward guys like that for being ratchet. They'll like, oh, he keeping that shit 100. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, they're their own community of people, like ratchet people, like ratchet people. Just like smart people.
Like I was telling people about Nature Boy. I was like, when he was talking about people doodling and the you gotta understand the internet is vast. So if you get on there and start talking about, you got people doodling under trees, and you know, he was with the dog, and at one point he been with all these different type of sexual experiences with men, women, whatever question mark, you name it. That is some women out there that turns them on. You get what I'm saying? Some women get turned on by that. Like, oh, I'll be with a guy like him, and I'm sexually free. He won't judge me for my you know, desires and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And it's some people that they're looking for a community of free sex and non-judgment.
And I'm pretty sure all of those women have been hurt in one way, shape, form, or fashion, some type of way. Like, hurt people find out hurt people, toxic people find toxic people.
Yeah.
Those aren't normal people. We can't say, like, you know, women think, like, honey, those aren't normal people. None of them people over there are normal.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to, like, you know, stop.
It was a girl that I knew in the Moorish sector years ago. She told me she grew up. Her and her brother was having sex from 12 to the point it was like 8 to about the same age. You know what I'm saying?
She and her brother?
Yeah, they were having sex. So, like, there's another thing about incest.
Mm-hmm.
How traumatic that can be. You know what I mean? For people, you know what I'm saying? And that's why I said my family, they didn't do the spending the night thing, because, you know, like, little cousin be over. You know what I mean?
Well, that back to what Sister Nandy was saying. That really did. Not Sister Nandy. I'm sorry. Sister Noble.
Yeah.
Sister Noble was mentioning slavery, and she said, "I hate to bring that up, but
there's that incest
traumatization.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of that stems from and was bred in, like, you know, by those practices that they did. Like, you know, where the term Emma Effer comes from. That comes from slavery, from them making you F their mother to breed them or whatever, and put a bag over head with what the damn. Like, you know, that type of thing.
Yeah, and then, like, and I've heard some kids give experiences about, like, their mother was like a heroin addict or something like that. That'd be like the worst.
Yeah,
heroin addict mothers. You know what I'm saying? Like, parents that's on heroin. And my mom even told me a story about how it was a couple that lived down the street, and they was on heroin, and a drug dealer came in there, and they had a daughter, and they went in there. They walked outside while they left the daughter in the house with the man. You know what I'm saying?
I know. I had a friend who mom sold them to a dope dealer, a crack dealer, not heroin, a crack dealer. So both of her daughters to a crack dealer, and they both had babies by this man.
Yeah.
Back in the early 80s. Well,
it gets ugly, man.
So it's ugly, and once we have to talk about these ugly topics, and it's not like, oh, you putting black people down, da 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 da. No, we have to heal from some of this stuff, and we have to call out a lot of these things. because these are the type of things that's actually happening. And unless we talk about them, unless we be truthful and honest about the things that we're actually going through, we can never move forward. We got to stop pussyfooting around. And pardon my friend, Uda, I didn't mean to say that word, but that's what, you know, we always called it. We got to stop lollygagging around these topics and don't want to bring it up because it's offensive. And, oh, you're putting the black man down. You're putting the black woman down. No, this is just speaking the truth and the reality. It don't matter who it ain't putting down nobody, just speaking factually. And take the emotion out of it, because we're way too emotional about certain things, but pretty much everything. Way too emotional. Can't nobody say anything with the anything truthful without it. Oh, you tearing down? Oh my God, are you against the who? No, fam. Like, you know, if you're that immature, maybe you shouldn't come along, and maybe you need to move around. So that's where I'm at with it. Like, you know, if you can't come along and you too immature, then move around and let the people who's really trying to do something do it. But you're just in the way and you're causing a distraction. You're not being mature about the conversation. You don't want to add anything. You just want to vent. And there's other vent spaces, like, you know, that let people vent and everything. Maybe join the MGTOW and whatever, all of that. And you can vent amongst it and have those circular conversations. But enough is enough with this gender war and all
that WGTOW. They got a WGTOW out there. Women going their own way too.
Well, them.
Yeah, and they got a big towel. I mean, I don't know if it still exists. I think it kind of broke up after a while. They start infighting, you know. And
I don't know. I think that whole space is silly.
Yeah, but they go back and reinvent themselves every few years, and they'll call themselves something. Or like now I think they call themselves the divesting community and stuff like that.
Yeah, I just saw something from the divesting community making fun of a young man who got killed by a white man earlier on Twitter. And I'm like, and everybody's like, why is that funny? I noticed, like, you know, there's those type of people, those polarizing people are starting to lose traction because everybody's like, hold on, wait a minute. Life is getting way too serious to be entertaining y'all BS.
I mean, they always fall apart. They always fall apart. They had a big Facebook group back in like 2016 of like those kind of women. And, you know, they had the male weirdos. But they come together and fall apart and they start infighting. Because what happens is it gets to a point where it gets so toxic that the men just ignore all of the women. They just say, well, you know, because guys can only take so much toxicity, and they'll just say, you know what, just leave them to their own. And they said them chicks crazy over there. That's how dudes look at it. Oh man, them chicks crazy. And they just leave them alone. So ain't no more infighting or responses to this or that. May have one or two guys, but it's not enough because a lot of times what it is trying to inflame the opposite sex and make them feel paranoid that they're losing their.
It's to inflame because you're not getting the attention from the opposite sex. So you say
inflammatory things to get from the comment. Once they realize that attention ain't there, the infighting starts.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
It was a space on Facebook that it was a lot of infighting and everything, a lot of gender war type of things, relationship talk, I think it was called. And it was so much inflammatory things being said. Like guys are saying that, we hope, COVID's coming around. Y'all women gonna need us, men, or whatever. We hope y'all die out there in the woods. I'm like, what in the world?
Yeah.
Like, what? Okay, I understand, like, you know, a debate. Like we're going back and forth with debating or whatever and saying our points and everything. But when it gets to the point where you wishing death on people or wishing harm on people, well, I hope you guys starve. I hope you guys starve, and then you'll realize the importance of men. I'm like, why would you wish?
That's a lonely dude, man. That's a lonely dude. Like, you know, and you know, like even other brothers. Like when I was in college, a lot of brothers taught other brothers how to talk to women. You know what I mean? And another thing is also having a friend, you know what I mean, that can kind of like show you the ropes for certain things.
Yeah. I mean, what happened to the guys who, like, you know, maybe he was like kind of the uncool guy, but he was friends with the cool guy. Whatever. He can show him the ropes and how to talk to women. No, man, we gonna get you dressed and swagged up, and we gonna
the biggest Q dog, the most highest ranking one. I'll say one of the most highest ranking Q dogs and Masons in Florida. He was shy. I had to teach that dude how to talk to women when I was in college. Now the dude's a baller, you know, living a great life, you know, married, you know, got kids, the mansion, all that. You know what I'm saying?
That's all what, you know, some of these socially awkward guys need. His brothers like
they need some of them don't have a big brother. Like, I understand. Like, this is like when I was working at an insurance place, I met a doctor, you know what I'm saying, an 80-year-old Italian doctor. And he used to be a plastic surgeon. So me and him, he didn't know how to use computers, so me and him got cool. You know, I'm like a godson to him and everything. You know, Italians are
very personable. You seem very personable. What's your sign, if you don't mind me asking?
Pisces.
Yep. I'm a Virgo. I'm like friends with like most Pisces. Me and Pisces get along so well.
Yeah, so like me and him, we clicked up, and we, you know, he a Virgo too, so yeah, but like the thing is, like, he was like, man, he said, Octavius, let me tell you something, man. I'm a doctor. I've been all over the world. You know what I mean? I lived in New York, LA. He said, like, but you're one of the most intelligent people I've ever met. He said, man, go back to school and do whatever you got to do. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's right.
And I was like, well, you know, I'm like, it's, you know, I'm 40 or whatever, right, at the time. And I'm like, and I've been thinking about doing it, but I was like, you know, sometimes somebody, a big brother, somebody can give you that push to like say
words of encouragement.
You know what I'm saying? Encouragement.
Those words of encouragement.
Yeah. So like sometimes I say, you know what? I told him, I said, listen, man, I'm back in school now. You know what I mean? I'm in the computer science program.
So Lennon Honor, that's on YouTube or whatever, the guy who talks about Umar Johnson all the time. Yeah. He's in college. He got 5 kids and been married for 20 years or whatever. And he's in his 40s or whatever, and he's going to school for, I think, cybersecurity.
Yeah.
I think
it's kind of the same thing. You know, like it's kind of the same thing.
So it's
because
never
like my and then I have my one of my old best friends. His brother works for the CIA, and he has a computer science degree. And he's showing me the ropes, and he's like, man, once you get that, bruh, you in. I got you. He said, just get the degree, and if you need anything about how to go about certain things, I got you. He said, but you get that degree, you good. You know what I'm saying?
So you already
sometimes we need a big brother, a big sister that's positive. That's
sometimes that's how communities work.
Yeah.
By each one teach one.
Yeah.
What the brother Gravity Takeout say, each one teach one, as long as we are together as long as we continue to grow together. Like, you know what I'm saying? We have to teach each other and be open to do so and be open to be taught. And we don't know everything. And sometimes, we do need those big brothers, because a lot of us don't have brothers and sisters. And you know that we come from a broken family place. A lot of us have broken families. So somebody else can step in and give you a leg up or give you, because I'm a business person, right? And it's a lot of people who don't even share how they created their business because, I don't want you to be my competition. We can possibly work together. Yeah. I'm a networking person. Like, we can possibly work together. We don't have to be each other's competition. Maybe I can merge with you. Like, we can grow a bigger business. It just depends. Like, in this whatever sector of what business we're in, it doesn't have to be where we're at odds with each other and we want to make all the money, because that's what the problem is. We can't be individualized anymore. And I keep on stressing time is of the essence and the writing's on the wall, but these people not playing out here. And before we know it, we're going to be on the bottom by 2030. We're expected to be completely broke. You know what I mean?
But I actually have a lot of hope, though. You know what I mean?
I do have hope,
because
I'm just saying we got to start being realistic and really start getting on a good foot.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I think I'm talking to a lot of black people that's doing some things. You know what I'm saying? A lot of black people doing some things. A lot of black people.
I know. We need to bring that. circle the wagons and bring that together instead of we all individualistic doing things. Yes, we are, because I work with a lot of Black business owners and things of that nature, whatever, hire Black people, whatever. What I'm saying? I only work with my people. But we can't be polarized and spread out everywhere doing our individual things and saying like, oh, we're succeeding. We're not creating the things that we need to take care of ourselves. We're just individualized in our separate businesses, making money on our own. Like, you know what I'm saying? But until we bring those things together, we can't really call ourselves a community. And we can't, say for instance, one good thing that we are doing, I can admit, did you know about the 17 Black families that down in Georgia who's creating that town? I think they bought 90 some odd acres.
No, I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, they created a town called Freedom.
Yeah, I think somebody mentioned it. It may have been you on another channel.
It probably.
Yeah.
But that type of thing, like, we have to create things to take care of ourselves, because it seems like the government is about to pull out. Yeah. And we're going to be stuck on Chuck.
Yeah, we gotta put on our big boy clothes, big boy shoes, and big girl heels, and we have to make we have to be all that we ought to be. You know what I'm saying? In this new future, because it's a global economy now. America is losing its relevancy. And
yes,
and the thing is, if you don't have global skills, you're not gonna have such a good life.
A lot of us don't even have a passport.
Yeah, you gotta think globally now. So like
to be able to do business with these other, because all business is like pretty much exportation, importation, or whatever. We have to get in on that wave too, importing, exporting things, and we so-called come from a continent full of resources. What's wrong with us working with them people to bring over and making a trade agreement between our community and theirs?
Yeah, for
the survival of our community, to where we don't have to depend on other sources of things. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just talking about, like, on the macro level of how people do business and how countries have been formed. It's basically been built off of exportation, importation. What goods do you have that you can import, and what can you export to another country and create trade agreements? That's pretty much how communities and how countries rise, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? A lot of the third world countries are third world countries because they can't really export, or don't nobody want to buy anything from them. They can't export anything and make any money. And that's why America is losing, because that's what Trump was trying to do. Even I don't care for dude personality at all, but he wanted to centralize American manufacturing and us making our product again so we can export, because we import everything, and that's why we're broke.
Yeah, that's the problem they're having with the inflation rate. It's because they can't import. The Chinese are holding out on things. You know what I mean?
And they can, because the Chinese was patient and they played chess and they checkmate our ass. That's what's going on. Like, they go ahead. Oh, you want us to make this? Sure. You want us to make this? Sure. At one point, we were shipping all of our trash over there in the process. Like, everything that we have dang there goes through China, and we import everything from China. So it didn't make it all our product. They pretty much got a stronghold on your country, and you don't have any control over it. They control all your finances. They can cut all of that off and say, we're not going to send you anything anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You can increase the tariffs and everything like that, but if they cut off production, then what are we going to have?
Yeah, they got the chip shortage now. That's what's causing, like, Ford and a lot of these car manufacturers not being able to produce enough cars. You know what I mean? And computers. So the prices of computers that went up. Like my computer, I could sell the GPU out of my computer and pay for it twice over than what I paid for it eventually. You know what I'm saying?
And lumber is high as hell. We're importing lumber, and we have acres and acres of land with trees in it. But lumber is through the roof as far as costing.
Yeah.
And a lot of black people own land with trees on it. We're not even freaking harvesting the resources that we have. And I think that's the problem that we have in Africa as well. We're not harvesting our resources. We do have the capability of doing so, but we have so much other things going on that we're not focusing on macro level of what it takes to have an economy, period. Like you have to, resources are the main thing, and you have to learn how to extract and sell those resources. You can't, like, you know, just because we have a talent and everything like that, but if you don't have resources to sell, then you can never become a stronghold or any type of thing like that. You just sitting on resources. That's why Africa's getting taken over by the Chinese. They got gold. The Chinese man sitting there with arms or whatever, daring the Africans to come mine the gold. Like, are you serious? Y'all sitting on top of gold in America? We think that's crazy. We wish we was sitting on top of gold.
I know, right? Shoot. I think Tariq Nasheed said that. He said, like, man, if we was us African Americans, we was over there, we know we had some gold to dig up.
Man, look.
You know what I mean?
That's what we need to send the Bloods and the Crips. Send the Bloods and the Crips over there to get that gold. I bet.
Not even that. It's just the fact that a regular nigga be like, oh, I could get me a chunky. You know what I'm saying? I can get enough gold to get me a cubic link. Shoot.
But that's what I'm saying.
We gonna be somebody digging in their backyard, trying to dig under the ground.
Man, look at here. We sitting on top of gold,
and diamonds. Like, come on, man. I can bleed too. Like, come on, man. Like, it's time to
be like the Sentinelese. You see what the Sentinelese did? That man came over there with that Bible. He tried to. They shot his goof ass with them arrows, man, and drug him up on that island. They ain't heard from him again. They tried to ancient people. Now, some ancient people. They said don't go over there. The Indian people said that because they are territory of India. And it's against the law to go over there.
Yeah.
So him being a white Christian man, he thought that he could go over there anyway.
Yeah.
Now he hired a gopher to transport him. The gopher stopped at a certain point, was like, hey, it's against the law to go over there. You got to swim the rest of the way.
Yeah, because those people don't even have immunities to all the modern diseases. You know?
Yeah, exactly. And two, they said they'd kill you. Like, it's videos of them shooting at helicopters trying to film them. And they arrows flew into the helicopters. They know how to shoot those arrows, mind you.
Oh, yeah. Some of them Africans can throw a spear, like an Olympic javelin.
If them people been doing that stuff for 20, 30,000 years, they are very accurate and know how to shoot you with them arrows. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so they ain't got all that arthritis. They ain't got all that arthritis and acid in their body from a bad diet at McDonald's.
And they didn't just do it at summer camp, you know, once upon a time for a couple of weeks. Like this is what they practice. So, like, no. So that white man tried to go over there with that Bible, talking about he gonna convert them into Christians, and they tore his ass up, man.
Yeah.
I was like, that's what he get. That's what everybody should have did.
Hey, like that's like people try to blame that on God, but it's like the Bible said, "Thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God." You know
and then people say like, "No, it was
Jesus." See, even Jesus in the Bible knew about the law of gravity and not to defy it because God put that there. You know
he said, "You gonna jump off the cliff? Don't tempt the Lord thy God. You gonna jump off the cliff? Can I jump off the cliff? The Lord gonna save me? Don't tempt the Lord thy God, because I'm gonna let your goof ass fall."
Yeah.
That's basically what he said.
Ain't no Peter Pan shit right here. Ain't gonna make
like, don't be goofy and expect me to save you. No, I'm not doing none of that.
Yeah.
I know you heard the parable of the man on the roof during the flood, right?
No, I never heard of that.
Okay, it was a man on the roof, and he was going through a flood, and he climbed on top of the roof, and he prayed to God, and he was like, you know, God, send me help or whatever. And it was I think it was a helicopter came around first, and he was like, oh no, the Lord gonna save me. It was a boat came around first, came around again. He's like, oh no, the Lord gonna save me.
I heard something.
The Lord gonna save me. And the man eventually drowned, and he was like, God, why you ain't help me? He said, I sent the boat up. I sent
helicopter. I sent the boat. I sent all
this stuff. If you didn't get in it, like what you expect me to do?
Yeah.
What you thought I was about to just straight up come from on high and look like Zeus or whatever, come swoop you from the clouds? Like, no.
Yeah, you know, and some people approach relationships like that. They have like a good man right in front of them, or a good woman, and then they'll be on the phone talking with the good man and good woman, and be like, "Man, I just don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to find a good man." And like sometimes some chicks be best friends with the man they should be with. You know what I'm saying? And vice versa. Because there's some guys that have like some little chubby chick that they call, and she be the one sensible to all his emotions and feelings and all that, and hype him up, build him up. and then he'll run out there and go get with another little floozy in the street. You know what I'm saying? So, but like, you know, when Sister Nandy was saying that, it go both ways with both sexes.
It does. Yeah. One sex isn't the fault.
Yeah,
100%. We have to take the blame amongst each other, because it's just as bad on one sex as it is the other, like Sister Nandy was saying. And I know that, you know, one sex probably has vitriol against the other because they may have been hurt by the other one. But we have to start looking at things in a more educational standpoint and more balanced, because like we can't have an imbalanced view if we're going to correct anything. You know, everything has to be balanced, and everything has to be like, you know, based on facts, and, you know, not so you can't leave room for speculation and for, like, you know, people to come in and say like, well, what about? Well, no, sir, based off this based off this information, this is exactly what happened. Like, you know what I'm saying? So where do we go from here? Like, you know, without all of the emotion and everything, what steps can we take? What type of order of operations can we implement? What type of, you know what I'm saying? It has to have some type of structure. And you know, I'm structural because both of my parents are from the military. So I'm just used to structure, and I can't function if it's not structure around me, right? So we just need structure. And we need it got to be some type of rules implemented. Like a lot of other cultures have rules. Like, you know what I'm saying? What they do within each other outside of the law. Because I live in Boston. It's a huge Chinatown community here. You know what I'm saying? And it's only China police in that community. They don't tolerate nothing. And now you go over there and try to mess with one of them people gonna come out there with a Ginsu knife and cut you up, and ain't nobody gonna do nothing about it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how they run their stuff, and that's how they get bills passed, because they also are organized to the point to where if they want an agenda passed, they will put a pact together, do communal crowdfunding, and will put that money behind a candidate and say, we want you to do XYZ. And that's what that candidate does, and they get bills passed like that. They're, you know, we march in the street and expect people to feel our pain or whatever and make things happen without no money, and politicians don't run off no money.
Yeah, but you know, the biggest difference between us and everybody else on this earth, and I know somebody like you talked about how, you know, the Chinese were oppressed by the English and the Indian and certain other groups. In South Africa, the same thing.
I'm not saying that I mentioned a difference. What I'm saying, I was just giving a reference to colonized people to maybe study how they overcame their colonization. Not to say that the biggest
difference between but I'm saying that the biggest difference between all of them, what make ours unique, they removed us from our natural land and sovereignty, you know, to the point where we're the only nation or group or people on earth that don't have a standing military. You know what I mean?
Well, we have to create one, beloved. Like, you know what I'm saying?
But you know what I'm saying? Like,
and I do hear you out. And I've heard these points basically my entire life. You know what I'm saying? And we've been talking these same things for years, decades now. You know what I'm saying? At some point, we have to stop. We have to start coming up with solutions instead of regurgitating the same talking points and saying.
Yeah, but I'm saying what we have to do is demand that we can have our reparations, because these other
demand from who? The people who enslaved you?
Yeah.
Why would they want you to be above them if they enslaved you and want you to work for them?
Well, it's not necessarily being above; it's actually being equal. Because what it is,
do you think that the people brought you over here to be equal? No, I want to ask you: do you think these people brought you over here to be equal to them? Did they bring you over here to work as slave for you to be equal to them?
No, they didn't.
So why do you think the same people that enslaved you, who created Jim Crow laws, who created all of these things to make sure that you are below them, going to somehow give you some type of leg up to be equal to them? Why do you think that they are going to do that?
Well, see, what happens is throughout the world, like when China go and criticize the United States, they talk about the fact that we didn't get no reparations. Because they always criticize China on human rights, but we don't get to hear what China is saying about the United States of America in regards to us and other countries. what they have
they're
to say.
communists, so they don't have public.
No, but I'm saying, but they proven a point on the fact that you got these people captive and you never straighten them out. You know what I mean? The other world governments are seeing this, and the truth is, the more and more the United States loses its influence, the more and more we may be in a situation where we can get our own. You know what I'm saying? Because that's been the reason why, you know, it hasn't, because they had the monopoly on the world governments.
That's what I'm saying. We can capitalize right now. The time is really now for us to capitalize on all of this white shame and white guilt and all of this kind of things while they're trying to give us money and give us grants and all this kind of thing like that. We have to be on the ball and capitalize on all of this stuff, because it's going to be taken away, and they're going to continue. They're going to feel the way they feel eventually, how they used to feel. This is all just a pandering or whatever for them, you know, whatever. So
yeah, but
the biggest threat,
the biggest threat to an oppressed people, the biggest threat to the oppressor from an oppressed people is when they have strong families. Like, and I know you and Sister Nova, y'all Christians. So, like in the book of Jeremiah, it talks about.
I'm an old Christian. I'm not. Well, I grew up Christian. I'm not a.
Yeah, but like I thought you.
I know the Bible.
Yeah. The book of Jeremiah talks about how God was not going to stand with the Israelites if they rebel and nothing like that, but He gave them the order to develop communities and families, which actually gave them the ability to break the yoke of the oppression, because what that does is you create, from families you create tribes, for tribes you create, you know, nations.
Right. So, I believe you can work outside of this quote unquote oppression field, right? If we have a whole lot of like-minded people that is progressive thinking, that are overcomers, that are people like yourself and myself and the people on the rest of the panel, like Sister Noble. If we have people like that can actually come together and bring ideals and actually put boots on the ground and create things like quote unquote the brother Tariq Nasheed, he's trying to get a museum going. You know, things like that. Like, we can circumvent all of what traps that people try to put on us if we actually work together. I only say this because, and I always refer to different cultures, and I know that, like, you know what I'm saying, that people keep telling me that, you know, we're unique people, but I refer to the Haitians then. They're a black group of people, right?
Yeah.
They come here and they do a susu. You know what a susu is?
I thought that was a Nigerian thing. I remember you saying that, because I remember a susu being like a Nigerian concept.
Maybe they got it from the Nigerians, but I know Haitians practice it because it asked me to join it before. It's called, it's a susu, where they collect money within a group of them or whatever, and somebody want to start a business and they all put money towards that. It's a communal thing, and until we can do that, and they overcome, like in Miami, like you live in Miami, right?
No, I live near Miami.
You live near Miami. Now I used to live in Miami. Now you see Little Haiti, and they got all they stuff. You know, you see Little Haiti, and they have all on street signs or whatever. They have all of their heroes. You know, it's a John Paul Baptiste Street over there, right?
Yeah.
John Paul Baptiste.
They're being bought, but they're being bought out right now. After that hotel fell, that condominium fell, all the rich people want to move inland now. So they're trying to buy it. Yeah, they're gentrifying Little Haiti right now.
I'm hip, but I'm saying like how they built their community. Like, you know,
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And all of that stuff was in Creole, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They even had their own Western Union thing, but CAM, I forget what it's called, but it's called CAM or something like that, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I know all about it. My ex-girlfriend, she got properties down there. She Haitian.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, it can be done. And they are from a third world country.
Yeah.
But they just work together more, and they circumvented whatever laws that you know what I'm saying. We say we are immersed into the society of our so-called oppressors so much that we can't see the forest from the tree that we're looking at. That's just my opinion.
No, but I'm saying, like, that's where it goes back to family structures. Because see, a Haitian family is the most important person in a Haitian family. It's the father is the most is important, you know what I'm saying? But the mother is the most important figure, in the grandmother really is the most important figure in a Haitian household, in a Haitian family. So that's what I'm saying. They have more community through families than the African Americans. Because like I remember a time when I was a kid in the 80s before crack hit, like I being very little, you could just walk up in your neighbor's house and it wasn't no thing.
I remember I was born in 82. I remember I can get whooped by my neighbors.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So
and I'd go in there to eat. I'd go to my neighbor's house to eat or whatever.
Yeah. See, crack, like you talk about crack and you're very smart because crack ruined a lot of the culture. That's why like with me and you talk, or who else talked to Sister Sadida on one community, and I was talking with Triple C and Angelica. You know, they from Florida too. They come from Florida, and you know, just talking about how a culture that is gone now. You know what I mean? Like a black culture that existed at one point that we all could understand.
It was ruined.
Yeah, it was ruined during the crack.
And we have to really assess that what it did. And we all downplay it, but I'm like, no, the crack era. They like, no, it wasn't just that. Like, dog, I lived through it. The crack era ruined.
Like my grandfather left one of my uncles like 6 properties. He got on crack, sold them all.
Yeah.
Next to nothing. You know what I mean? So when he died with rags. You know what I'm saying? And a few other.
He didn't leave his next generation anything, and he had the property. So the next generation got to start over.
Yeah. And so just think about if he was a good steward over that. Like my dad, he was a good steward over, and my dad was the one that maintained everything. You know what I'm saying? But my grandfather, for whatever reason, gave the other kids more. You know what I'm saying? Than him. But the only thing that exists now is what he gave my dad. So
now what I learned, because my grandfather was a sharecropper from Mississippi, and he got his fortune. He used to steal crops on the side and sell it on the side or whatever. Got his first car and got the hell out of Dodge, right?
Yeah.
When he ended up buying property, because at the time, I know you heard about the dollar house sale in the Midwest.
Yeah, but he must have been a Mason, right?
Who, my grandfather?
Yeah.
My grandfather was just an old country boy Mason. He wasn't a Mason. He was an old country boy sharecropper from Mississippi. He wasn't no Mason.
Yeah, a lot of them back in the day.
I have Mason uncles, but my granddaddy wasn't one.
Oh, okay.
But no, he just was a wise person, a wise businessman. Like, you know what I'm saying? He built his first house in Mississippi, whatever, and for his wife. And once he found out about the dollar house sale. Yeah. Out there in the Midwest, that's when he went up north to grab up a few of them properties, and because he knew carpentry and everything like that, and he could build a house from scratch. So he figured that, you know what I'm saying, he can just buy some of these old rundown properties or whatever and renovate them, make it nice or whatever, and sell them. And that's what he did. That's how he made his fortune. You know what I'm saying? And then after that, like, you know what I'm saying, my grandfather's 96 years old.
Yeah.
And the crack era hit. And all of his children ended up on it. And we had a block. We had a whole block to ourselves.
Yeah.
Of our property. When I was growing up, my auntie lived down the street. I lived across the street. When I got of age or whatever, I was able to get one of the properties across the street. I lived 2 doors down from my mother. Like my auntie lived there over here. What the damn? Like it was only like 2 other people that wasn't our family that lived on our block. Like, you know what I'm saying? My granddaddy owned the rest. So we didn't come up from, you know what I'm saying, we grew up like bad. Like I grew up in a rough situation, but like, you know what I'm saying, only because of the crack era. But my granddaddy like always rescued my mother. Like even though like, you know, that was a situation she was going through or whatever, she always could depend on her daddy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they ruined, that generation ruined with a whole lot of those.
Yeah,
he was a freedom fighter. Yeah, he was a freedom fighter and everything. He sold his first car to a man who was trying to get a loan from the bank because he wanted to drive. He was tired of black kids having to walk miles to school. So he wanted to buy a bus and he couldn't because he didn't have collateral. So my granddaddy put his first car up so this man can get collateral for a bus. That's the type of man my grandfather was.
Yeah.
So we don't have that communal sacrifice or effort anymore. And the crack era, I think, like, you know, after that, everything got selfish.
Yeah.
because people got on drugs and people started doing anything on both sides, from the seller to the user, the seller and the user.
Yeah,
you know, a lot of people make excuses saying they were trying to. I was selling crack to make money for my family. Like, I didn't see that, sir. I seen y'all buying a fancy cars and women, and y'all left y'all family. That's what I saw.
You know, the first time I seen a grown naked woman, I was like, you know what I'm saying? I was real young, and I was at the park, you know what I'm saying? And it was a chick, she was on crack, and you know what I'm saying? She looked good for that time. And the dealer was like, these boys ain't never seen a naked woman before. You know what I want you to do? I want you to strip down butt naked and run around the park 2 times, and I'll give you this for free. And she did that.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, God damn. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And so, like, that's traumatizing. You know what I'm saying? Then at the same time, years later, you got Snoop Dogg. Bitches ain't shit, but, you know, all that.
From their perspective.
Yeah.
So
like, it was that
misogyny of crackheads.
Yeah.
They did not know that drug would be that addictive.
Yeah.
From what I hear from the earlier, you know, crackheads who first started and everything way back, you know, in the early 80s, they didn't know it was going to be addictive. They just thought it was going to be another party drug like cocaine.
Yeah.
And, you know, they were freebase and everything, but that wasn't that addictive. But when crack came out,
yeah,
it was highly addictive. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, you hit it the first time and all of a sudden you chasing Jason is what they called it.
Yeah, they had a certain type of crack they used to call back in the day Haitian sensation. You know what I'm saying?
Oh wow.
And it was so addictive. You know what I mean? And so you gotta understand, it was like pure coke. That was that pure cocaine back in the day. You know, because it was coming in via the government. The CIA was bringing it in. You know.
Yeah, from
they were getting
what you call it, the Contra from Nicaragua, right?
Yeah, the Iran Contra. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oliver North, the Iran Contra.
Yeah, they ran it through Freeway Ricky Ross.
Yeah, and see, America owes us. We was targeted by the United States government to fund the Iran Contra via the crack era.
Because we wouldn't pay.
That's a fact that we owe.
The U.S. government wouldn't pay for the guns to fight whatever war they were trying to do over there. So they decided they'll sell crack.
They sucked up all the black wealth. They target the black community and sucked up all the black wealth and funded the Iran Contra.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a case for reparations, hands down. There's no argument against that.
Now I can consider that a case for reparations. Definitely, that is a case for reparations.
Yeah.
As far as
no, that's one of the most strongest cases against reparations.
It's so muddied, and Tulsa people have documentation that they deserve reparations for their things. Yeah. It has to be on a case. You have to bring a constructive case to where you can actually identify exactly what you need reparations for, and not just say for slavery, because it's going to be a whole bunch of white folks claiming reparations too, because a lot of them have parents, ancestors that were black.
Well, they had the part of the deal to come to the United States was to work for 7 years as a detention service.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the people who started off as black and ended up white. That's what I'm talking about. A lot of some of these white people have black ancestors from way back in the day, and they end up.
Well, I mean, if they got ancestry in slavery, then they got ancestry in slavery.
That's what I'm saying. A lot of people be mad about that. A lot of people don't believe that. I'm like, it's gonna be a whole lot of white people that can claim that too, because it's a whole lot of white past, and they end up breeding.
I mean, it may be some, but you got to realize most Europeans today in America, they Ellis Islands white people, most of them, like they came in through. Like I'm
talking about the Puritans. I'm not talking about your Italians, your Irish, your Germans.
But they got
people the Ellis Island white folk. I'm talking about the ones who came over originally. In Jamestown.
But what you got to have is evidence of having bond service in your family. You know what I mean? And say, for example, if there were some slaves that actually could commingle with white people and have children, a lot of times they lied about their past, and that's how they got into white families through fraud. So they couldn't, because some ancestors, even being black, you can't trace them. I got some family lines that don't go no further.
I have a great uncle, my grandmother's brother. He's passed away, but he looked like a whole white man. You know what I'm saying? And so he could have went that way. and he was it was a story. They told me that he was in the hospital way back in the day, and he was on the top ward of the floor. This is Mississippi. He was on the top ward or whatever, and they thought he was a white man until his black sisters them came to visit him. And they had to point him out and say, "No, we talk about him." They was like, "What?" And they ended up putting him downstairs, and he was mad. Talking about something. No, I got to get the cold food. I don't get the hot food no more. Nothing. But yeah, he looked like a whole white man.
Yeah.
So it was a lot of people that was white passing who were black. Who
and you know, and you look at some of the books like Iceberg Slim wrote, Trick Baby. And
I heard of the book. I haven't read it, but I heard of it.
And then he wrote another book called The Lone Con. It was about a man with a mulatto mother who I think she was raped or she was a prostitute or something like that, and had a kid out of wedlock, pretty much. However it happened, I can't remember exactly how his origin, but his name was White Folks amongst the blacks. He grew up in Chicago and learn how to become a con man. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, and he could pass as white. And you know, that was the thing about him being a successful con man, was the fact he could pass as white. So, you know,
conning is deep engraved in Chicago. I can attest to that right now.
Oh no, they got man. Chicago got the Bible of pimping, gangsterism, and being a con artist. You know what I'm saying?
We slicking in the can all over there.
Yeah. They got books. You know what I mean? Like Donald Goins wrote the book, The Kenyatta's Revenge on being a revolutionary. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ever seen that movie Crime Partners? With the same guy that played, he's the same guy that played in he's the same guy that played in Minister Society. He's the same guy.
Which character in Minister Society?
Kane, the main one.
Kane. Oh, he's the character, the guy who played Kane.
Yeah, it was a movie called Crime Partners, and they had character Kenyatta. He was a revolutionary, and he just wanted to pop out of revolution and all that, you know. And you know, a lot of these books was written in the Midwest. Like, a lot of these books was originated. The philosophies on these things were proliferated and written in the Midwest. You know, inspired by the Midwest culture. You know, pimping, criminality. You know what I'm saying? Even some of the black conscious stuff. You know what I'm saying? They even wrote a book called Mama Black about black transsexuals in the 70s. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't think that I can take. I can understand like the Islamic culture coming from Chicago, because, like, you know, Farrakhan's the main temple is in Chicago, Illinois.
Yeah.
But as far as the conscious thing, I think that comes from New York.
I mean, but I'm saying, like, you had authors. You had a lot of authors.
Yeah, we didn't know about none of that. What y'all talking about with the Dr. York and all that, we didn't know nothing about none of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, the pimping and the scamming and all that kind of stuff, I own that, dude. That's what, you know, we some slick talking, fast talking, you know, black folks up there. But as far as like the conscious community and things, I think that comes from New York.
Oh yeah, I mean, it comes from all over. I mean, but like, I think did Noble Drew Ali, he started his thing in Chicago.
Pardon?
You know, Noble Drew Ali, he started the Moorish Science Temple in Chicago.
Who was that?
That's the guy that started the Moorish Science Temple. Like
the Moorish Science Temple?
Yeah.
It's a branch of Islam, ain't it?
Well, it was the genesis of the Nation of Islam. Like, it was the true genesis of it. The American Islamic influence started pretty much in Chicago.
You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, you see the crescent on 79th Street. You see the big crescent star moon right there on 79th. So that temple been there for a long time. But I know about the Islamic, you know, movement starting there. But that's not. I don't think that's consciousness. I just think that's religion.
Yeah, but you had, like, because even in the Moorish Science Temple, you had Zionist Moorish Science Temple of America too. Yeah, even the first mention of the Israelites, the Israelite influence. You know what I'm saying? They had like a Judaism type of thing going on in that, pseudo Judaism. So, you know, a lot of things started in Chicago, and whatever happens in Chicago is nothing but it's like another New York. So they always been intertwined, even with the crime families or the mafia. You know, all of them because Chicago.
Well, I mean, it's a major hub. It's a major
Yeah.
city. It's a major hub. It's the third largest city in the United States.
Mhm.
But it always had its own different flow.
Yeah.
It's a different place. It's not, you know, I don't consider it a little New York. I mean, I guess you can say that if you consider.
No, I'm
like,
saying it's a little New York.
is-
It's just as relevant as New York. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Because that's one of the first cities that Black people ran to from slavery is Chicago and developed that city.
Yeah, there and
Bruce
also
Pablo.
Detroit. Yeah, there and Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's where you get Motown records, and also like you had like the last poets. I forgot where they were from.